Okay, I want to call the meeting of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy to order. I want to welcome all of you here today. We have a fairly good agenda, so I just want to make sure that everyone that is here is reminded that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. So be on your best behavior. First item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the September 20th, 2011 meeting. Are there any questions, comments, additions? None. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second?
Actually.
Okay, hold on.
We didn't have the motion in the second. There is and I'm not a voting member, but I would point out that there is an error on page 4, item G5, where the minutes state that on a motion by Dr. Tischer that I seconded, I would not have seconded a motion since I'm an ex officio member of this committee. So
Okay.
Someone else must have seconded it.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't me.
No, you made the motion. So I think that rules you out.
Okay, Bill, do you have some advice?
G5.
Go ahead, Bill.
Upper middle.
Don't blame me for that. I'm second.
No, hold on. What? Hey, get it quiet over there.
I'm the guilty party.
Did you second that motion?
Yes.
Oh, well, then it's simply a typographical error.
Okay.
And we will.
I'm looking at my notes.
And we will correct that, sir.
Okay. All right. So, is there a motion to approve the minutes as corrected? There's a second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Agenda item 3 is consideration of approval of the consent calendar. You have the consent calendar before you, members. Is there any particular item that you want to discuss that we need to move from consent? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Second. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Can we identify who the members of the committee are that are physically present? I think
Dennis,
one member is absent, right? Durga?
Dennis Golden is not a member. Janelle is not a member. It is Bobby, yourself, and Munir.
So there's 4 of us.
Which is a quorum.
Got it.
All right. Item number 4 is consideration of approval of construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects. 4A1 is Texas A&M University Commerce. Dan Kennedy, Director of Project Planning, Texas A&M University System, will provide an overview of this project. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Texas University Commerce is seeking coordinating
Little red button that says mic on.
It's on now.
Okay.
All right. It's shining at me here. But Texas A&M Commerce is seeking coordinating board approval to for the second phase of its student housing project in Commerce. This housing facility, as you can see from the map, will be constructed in the southwestern part of the campus, just north of Culver Street and just east of new student housing that has just been recently completed this last summer. It's in an existing housing area that consists of a lot of old dormitory residence halls that this project is part of a planned phased project to eliminate the old housing that's over there. These facilities, old facilities, are offering significant maintenance problems, and they do not offer the environment and amenities that today's students are looking for. To clear the way for this project, there's going to be demolition of 5 existing residence halls that will eliminate about 104 beds from the building, from the bed inventory on the campus. I think this slide shows the particular data about the project and its funding. The total project cost is $26,900,000. The funding source is going to be bonds to be retired with housing revenue. And the estimated completion date for the project is June of 2013. So go ahead and change that. The project will create a modern dormitory-style residence facility that will include 2-bed residence units for 536 students, resident advisor units, reception office area, laundry facilities, activity room, study lounge areas, and computer room. The new housing will be a 4-story wood-framed structure with the primary exterior materials will be masonry and a durable siding material. Site development will include utility extensions, sidewalks, site lighting, and landscaping. As you can see from this slide, the new student housing Phase 2 project meets all applicable coordinating board standards. I'm here to answer any questions you may have about this project. We're submitting it for approval by the committee.
Members, questions?
Go ahead.
David?
Yeah. The design of this building, is this a prototypical design that A&M has used on other campuses? And have you ever considered doing that type of a design build, using some type of a prototype in order to defray costs and get economies of scale?
I wouldn't say that it was a prototype. We're selecting different design teams and contractors to build these, but we do have basic standards by which they build them. These are wood frame type structures like you find in the private development sector, and where the system is now looking heavily at going into looking at privatized development of these type of facilities on the campuses. But this one. The last one in this project here that we built at Commerce have been done through the system, but I guess they're prototypical in the way that they're the type of structure, the type of equipment and things like that go in there, but they're not cookie cutter type layouts or room arrangements or things like that. We have different campuses want like this one's going to be just essentially a 2-bed living units with a bathroom and an entry area. So it's pretty simple layout. Some of the other campuses are going to more units that have kitchenettes and things like that in them. So we're trying to standardize as much as possible. We don't really have a prototype that we're building at every campus right now.
I follow, why not? You're spending almost 22% of your project cost on soft costs and on design and all those things, when other sister institution in the same system has built similar projects like you do. Why not get those savings?
Well, something we can certainly consider. We have not done that at this point, but we are trying to, look at more and more at having the private sector develop this type of housing on our campuses. In fact, our chancellor has essentially set forth that before we build any more housing on campuses, we're going to have to go ahead and seek proposals from private developers and then compare that to what we would, what we could build it for. So we're going to start looking at different ways to do it. And that is a possible way to have more cooperation and have these things more, I guess, similar between all the campuses. But it seems like each campus, again, wants to have based on their student cross-section, their student needs, want to have, different type of room layouts and that type of issue. But I'm certainly the equipment, some of the basic construction standards could be standardized, and we're working on doing that. Appreciate that's a good comment.
Yeah, we're not suggesting that you have one style or one prototype. There could be half a dozen of these things depending on what applies to your campus. But let me move on to another question. In 2010, you had a 76% occupancy. In 2011, you have a 73% occupancy. And you're projecting now what? 94.5% for next year? Based on what?
Okay, I have Mr. Dennis Cook from Texas A&M Commerce here that's in the housing department. He's probably better able to answer that occupancy question than I am. If I could get Dennis to come forward and up here and take a look at, give you some information on that.
And if I may just also interject a kind of a follow-up with that as well, just to address it both at once. If you're knocking out 104 beds and you're adding 536, that's pretty much 432 additional beds. Also, with this low occupancy, the demand seems to not meet the current threshold. So if you guys could explain that as well, too.
Yeah, I think Dennis can probably, share with you. One of the reasons I think for the in our response, and Dennis, hope you don't have to correct me, but the occupancy was the condition of these existing dormitories that are over there. It's hard to get people that really want to live in them. And I think the new construction that we've done on campus is probably 100% occupied or pretty close. So
yeah, we're at like 99.5%. Occupancy on our newest building. The jump in occupancy is going to be something that we've planned. Dr. Jones, who is relatively our new president at A&M Commerce, really wants us to become a residential campus. Up until 3 years ago, the university was in the philosophy that it was going to be more commuter. But then when Dr. Jones took over, he decided he really believed in the effect that students who are focused and who live on campus are going to be more likely to graduate, which is true. And so what we've tried to do over the last couple of years is look at facilities that were built in the early 60s. A lot of the buildings right now, 2 of the 5 buildings we're getting ready to demolish, I've had to take offline this semester and move people out because the plumbing is so bad that it can't even sustain the students who are living there. The jump in population that's about to happen is that we have several other buildings we're probably going to have to knock offline too in the next year and a half because of their age. Also, we have a couple of strategies that we're getting ready to implement. One will be a sophomore live-in requirement that'll take place starting next fall. So freshmen who are coming in next fall, when they become sophomores, they'll be required to live on campus as well. So that'll be a jump in population for us, as well as we've made some significant headways with our international student population. We just recently signed an agreement with a university in South Korea in which they'll be 1 year in Korea, 3 years with us, and that starts in January. We have 150 students coming this January, another 150 the next, and then another. So in 3 years, we'll actually have 450 more students. Now, with our international student population growth, if you've ever been to Commerce, and I don't know if you've ever been to our lovely city, but it's very small, and there aren't a lot of places for people to live off campus. And the next largest city is about 20 miles away. And with international students, they obviously don't come with transportation. So we'll be needing that extra bed space for not only our sophomore living requirement, but also for our international students who are coming, as well as I said earlier, there are a couple of buildings we're probably going to have to pull offline the next year that will decrease our bed space and increase our occupancy rate.
What is the time frame that you see this new dormitory being built to be maxed out to capacity, where every one of the rooms is going to be occupied?
The phase 2 facility,
yes,
as soon as it's built, it'll be maxed out.
Let me make sure that I understand clearly. Right now, you have about 1,761 students that are occupying your housing.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to have 30% more students projected to occupy your housing.
Yes.
Okay. What happens if those projections don't go along? Do you have some reserves within this project?
Yes, we do have reserves in our housing budget that'll help accommodate for some of this.
Okay, if I may ask you one more question. How much are you allocating for your replacement reserves, or how often do you all upgrade your facilities? Because from what I'm understanding, you are bulldozing about 4 or 5 different projects right now, the older housings. So, were there sufficient money left there for renovation?
As far as the older buildings that are currently there?
Let me rephrase this. Let me make sure you understand. From your housing rental income, are you putting aside any X amount of dollars on a regular basis for replacement or renovations?
For renovations, yes. Like I say, about 3 years ago, when I first came on board, that's when the philosophy had changed. And before that, there were a lot of people who were using the housing budget for their departments because we were phasing housing out. But now that 3 years ago we started replenishing those reserves and working on deferred maintenance plans, and we're currently putting like about $150,000, $200,000 a year aside for renovations. Like currently, this coming summer, we're going to be putting a brand new roof on our high-rise, which is our 12-story residence hall, and we have carpet and paint that will be going in, et cetera, et cetera. So we have money for renovations right at this point that we're putting in each year.
But nothing for replacement?
It's not specifically earmarked for replacement, but yes, we do have some money that we have from previous reserves for to help with replacement.
So how do you go in 5 or 7 years when you have to refurnish these domes or apartments?
We've built that into the occupancy rate. When we build these new facilities, we have an occupancy rate that allows us to pay for like utilities and all the other amenities that we give the students. But then there's a certain markup that we use that we'll be putting aside for deferred maintenance.
Thank you.
Other questions? There's no further
I would just encourage you to take this thought back to Chancellor Sharp, that the system consider owning design blueprints that can be prototypically designed to sit on any site that university system is going to build future dormitory space, because it is going to happen in the future. And having led a project that did 9 elementary schools in our school district, all of which were identically cited off the same prototypical design, which the company that built it already owned it. It was an opportunity for our educators to go in that facility and choose that facility at a cost savings of over $23 million to the system. There's a lot of opportunity in school construction by not designing it from scratch each time. So I would just take that back to the Chancellor, and I'd be available as a resource if he wanted to know how we did it and how it worked.
I will certainly take that back. Thank you very much for that comment.
Any other questions, comments? If none, is there a motion concerning item 4A?
Move approval.
I'll second that.
The motion's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 4A2 is the University of Texas at Brownsville, construct a biomedical research facility 2. Ms. Rosemary Martinez, Vice President of Business Affairs, and Ms. Veronica Mendez, Associate Vice President for Planning and Construction at UT Brownsville, will provide an overview of the project. Did I miss someone? Y'all would all turn on your mics, please, if they're not on.
Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. UT Brownsville is here to present to you a biomedical research facility phase 2 project that is currently being funded by NIH, and Ms. Veronica Mendez will walk you through this presentation, and then all three of us are available to answer questions.
Well, thank you. The biomedical research facility is a second phase to the biomedical research facility that was just completed, a $33.8 million construction project, formerly known as the Science and Technology Learning Center. The building is located in the campus master plan research zone, so it's within the area where it will be able to take advantage of other facilities around it. The total project cost is at $4.9 million, with the building construction cost of about $3.2 million. Part of it is being funded through HEAF. Primarily, we'll be furnishing and equipping the laboratories with the HEAF allocation, and then the rest coming from an NIH grant. If the project is approved, we intend to issue a notice to proceed in April of 2012 with completion in May of 2013. The facility is about 7,800 gross square feet for 4,299 net square footage, and so basically 6 research labs with offices, and it's adjacent, like I said, to the biomedical facility, which has a vivarium and other core facilities for the researchers. The building complements the existing biomedical research project and is within the campus design guidelines that we have at UT Brownsville. Now, we meet all of the parameters set by the coordinating board with the exception of the deferred maintenance, the critical deferred maintenance criteria, and I would like to take a minute to explain how the campus had defined critical deferred maintenance. In the way that we report on the MP2 reports, they are reported through buildings, not per project. And what we were considering at that time, critical deferred, were air conditioning systems that were being deferred because of the climate that we have, the extreme climate that we have at South Texas. Our facilities, our director thought that that was actually a critical item. Well, as we went through the new flow chart that the coordinating board has issued as to how to decide the critical deferred maintenance and what is just deferred maintenance, we really don't have critical deferred maintenance, and we have cleared those issues in this reporting cycle. But as of to date, we have completed about 94% of one of the projects that were deferred, that were considered critical deferred, and the other one's about 50% completed. All of the air conditioning items had been completed, though. So what we were considering critical deferred, all those items have been addressed. And then the other issue has to do with the master plan and this project not being on the MP1. We had envisioned that this NIH funding would expand the existing biomedical research while we were still under construction. And so we got word from NIH that they really we needed to have a separate building, and so that's why we had to go through a lengthy process to design a separate facility to meet all of the NIH standards, and that's why this project was not included in the MP1 report. I will be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Members, any questions? If not, is there a motion to?
I have one question.
Excuse me?
Susan, we just heard something that's different than what was in our project briefing. And it sounds like perhaps it's good news, but when I read Project Note 2 about the critical deferred maintenance, it implied to me that there would still be a balance carried over into 2012 of over $1 million. But now what I'm understanding is that it's either been reclassified or it's been completed as of now.
We've been working with them to talk about and make sure that the definitions are clear for the institutions, and so I think probably from the time the briefing sheet was done and sent out, we continue to work with them, and so that's probably how that's been taken care of.
As early as yesterday that we finished all of that reporting.
So at this time you would agree we're on the same page that these figures are not
correct,
the relevant figures any longer.
Right.
There is no critical deferred maintenance that will be reported in this last or latest reporting round that will be certified in the next month or so.
Any other questions? Not, is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second, please.
Very good. Motion made and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of approval of item 4A2, say aye, please.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Item 4A, 3, 4, and 5 were on the consent calendar. Item 4B is a report on facilities decisions for projects certified to meet the requirements of the expedited process for approval. This is an information item only. Does anyone have any questions or concerns on item 4B?
I would just comment that you can see some pretty substantial projects are now going through the new process outlined by SB 5.
Yes, and I did want to let you know the one you're probably talking about is the UTMB Galveston for $1.1 billion. That was actually submitted to us as 4 different projects, I'm being corrected, 4 different projects that had already been somewhat separately approved. However, when the institution got the FEMA money from the government after Hurricane Ike, the allocation and how they're having to spend that would require them to come back for reapproval to move the money around for each of those 4 because of the way the feds are telling them to redo things. And so by lumping them all together, they come back for one reapproval, and that takes care of it. But and they've discontinued those other 4 projects. So it's really a combination of 4 different projects, allows them to use their FEMA money where necessary without coming back for multiple reapprovals.
The main point is that I would just encourage committee members to look through this list maybe a little more thoroughly than we may have historically done because the process has changed. So you've got some 8- and 9-figure projects that would normally have come to the committee and or the board, full board, for approval.
Or 10-figure.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other comments, questions? All right.
Mr. Chairman, maybe you could explain what's different about this process and why are these not handled in the traditional way?
There was a legislative change during this past session that said that if they meet all of these certain standards, they come to the board through this expedited approval. The board does not vote, but they have to. They provide us with the information. We certify that they have met the standards, all of our standards, and then they're automatically approved. And that was in statute out of SB 5.
There's no other questions. We'll move to the next agenda item. Item 4C is a presentation by the Texas State University System on future campus plans for the institution. Dr. Brian McCall, Chancellor of the Texas State University System, and other representatives from the institution are available to answer any questions regarding the information sent under separate cover. Gentlemen, come on up. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, Commissioner.
Is your mic on?
Now.
Very good.
Thank you. My name is Brian McCall, Chancellor of the Texas State University System. Thank you for giving me a moment, literally a minute or less, to speak about the system. I stop strangers on the street and try to say some of these things, so to be able to speak to you is a privilege. We are this year 100 years old, the oldest system in Texas. We're celebrating in many ways. We have much to be proud of and to celebrate, we think. We're the fastest growing system in Texas, having grown in the past 10 years by 46%. We realized the largest percentage increase in 6-year graduation rates of any system in the past 10 years, up 22%. We have the largest increase of any system in the number of degrees awarded in the past 10 years, up 81%. In that same period, we've cut administrative costs as a percentage of budget by double digits at all of our schools but one. We have the most efficient and productive faculty of any system with the average number of credit hours taught, being double digits ahead of any other system. We believe we do more with less, with better result than any system in Texas or probably the United States. Our average per student state appropriation of $4,900 is the lowest of any system in Texas. We believe that the more one knows about higher education, the better we look. I can brag because I didn't have a thing to do with it. But the people behind me, the presidents, did. And we're so pleased that you're letting them speak about their institutions, and I'll be happy to answer any easy questions. They're prepared to answer difficult ones.
Chancellor, that's a heck of an elevator speech.
Thank you.
And he did it like in probably about a minute.
That's right.
You want to have all the presidents come up?
Sure. We want a presentation here, guys. Where's the presidents?
We have 6 institutions and 4 chairs, so if some staff members could spring into action.
Yep, there's Cheryl.
We're doing that during the sunset.
Did you tell her to turn it out? Glad to have all of you here. Why don't we start with Lamar University? Glad to have you here. If y'all would introduce yourselves as you go along, tell us a little bit about your institution. And
thank you very much. I'm Jimmy Simmons, president of Lamar University. We're an institution that is currently a little. Turn your mic on. Thank you. Can you hear better? A little over 14,000. 2 years ago, we were one of the fastest growing, absolutely the fastest growing university in the state of Texas. We've done extremely well in our College of Engineering, our College of Business, our Deaf Studies program, and more recently, our online programs have kind of set a standard not only in the state but nationally.
okay.
Can we, staff, can we get the projection that we see here up on the larger screen for the audience? Because we've got a PowerPoint for each of the institutions in the Texas state system here.
We had provided everybody the presentations in your folder so that you could, if you have any questions about this, you could ask them so that we're not taking up quite as much time maybe.
Do you have extra
for the rest of us? Oh. Y'all didn't get them. Okay. It should have gone out to everybody.
I figured we'd take it institution by institution. All right.
We can get you copies of all that.
Just continuing on, as far as Lamar is concerned, you've indicated your top priority is about a $25 million TRB request for a new life sciences building.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Since TRBs were not authorized in the 82nd legislature, what are your plans to resolve this issue if the TRBs are not forthcoming?
This was, we're in the process of going through a new master plan exercise, and this is one of our, the key things that we will look at as we go through this process. We'll study how much we think we're going to have and what we're going to have to do to meet the needs. And in all probability, it will be renovation and the use of higher education assistance funds. We haven't had a new building, academic building on our campus since 1974.
You're the exception, then.
Yes, we are.
May I just ask a general question, just so I could get a better feel of all the campuses involved in this system? Which one of y'all offered or requires your students to live on campus? And that's Lamar. And what other Sam Houston State?
Texas State University.
Saul Ross. Very good. Thank you.
All right. Members, are there any other questions concerning Lamar?
I'd like to know a little bit more about your success in growing the number of graduates. You've had some big jumps not only in enrollment, but in graduates.
We had a public-private partnership we entered into approximately 4 years ago. This went under intense scrutiny by NCATE, the National Accrediting Agency, the Southern Association, and basically the coordinating board also. And in each case, this program came up, was commended for its quality, its retention, and its graduation rates. We have last year graduated more Hispanic master's degrees in education than any other university in the country. And we're listed in the top 40 as far as diversity in these degree offerings, period. So this has been a terrific asset for the university, for the state of Texas. We have expanded that now to include a doctorate in education, and we have a completely full cohort and expect that program to be just as successful as these master's degree programs are.
I would encourage each of you that although we've had the presentation ahead of time and you don't need to walk us through each slide, please do feel free, if there's things you want to highlight, on your institution's slides, or as your chancellor led by example, anything you want to brag about, feel free to do that as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to point out, President Simmons, when was it that I visited your campus? What, a year and a half ago, something like that?
There was.
I was struck by precisely the point that President Simmons made, the fact that the facilities are old and in need of renovation. You clearly need new instructional space and so forth. I was really impressed by the quality of educational services being delivered at Lamar University, given the outdated facilities. It's a really remarkable story, and you're to be commended for the excellent work that you're doing there.
Appreciate that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you have initiated a fundraising drive, and you have a fairly loyal following of alumni. Can you kind of tell us the success and how much you've been able to raise, and you can probably even talk about some of the uses that your alumni and others in the community have supported on that? I think that's particularly been impressive.
Thank you, Dr. Tischer. We're in the third year of a 5-year capital campaign, and we set a goal of $100 million, and we're almost there. So now we're considering raising it, and this is absolutely an example of the great graduates and wonderful alumni that we have at this university. We expect to reach, in all probability, $125 million before the campaign's over. Almost all of this money goes for student scholarships, for faculty enhancement. Very little of it comes to me as free money, and it's mostly, they all go into endowments. So what I'm looking for is about a $25 million gift that's free so I can use it for our science building.
And to follow up on that, can you talk a little about the public-private partnership you have with the Center for Innovation that you're working with the local industry, especially in the energy industry?
Yes, we have what we call the LU Champions, and it's 15 plant managers. And understand, we live in probably the largest industrial complex in the state relative to petroleum engineering. The plant right across the street from us produces the majority of the fuel, airplane fuel, for instance. And 15 of these plant managers from some of the top plants in the country come to us once a quarter and basically give us advice and counsel. In addition to that, we have a terrific advisory board. They meet quarterly also. And these people are able to help us in our strategic planning, and they ask us, basically, we ask them, what can we do for you to help you? So they give us great research projects for our students and our faculty, and it's a really great relationship, and we're very proud of it. And, by the way, this is resulting in an $11 million grant that will help us develop a commercialization center so we can now have what most other areas in this state have, the ability to take our research projects and turn those into commercial ventures very soon.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to hear a little bit about your online program, and I want to hear a little bit about how you collaborate with your other sister institutions.
Well, we actually don't really collaborate with them, I don't think. We all have online programs, but the students that are enrolled in our university basically are taught by our faculty and come and graduate from Lamar University.
Why not having any kind of collaboration, any kind of cooperation in there?
We'd be happy to consider it.
There be any savings?
I don't think so. Each institution has to build their own infrastructure to deliver these programs, and we've discovered a certain way to do it, and I think we all have our own different way of doing it, but it may be something that we could look into. We've talked about a system-wide delivery system.
That's basically what I'm getting at.
And I think that would be something that would be very interesting to look into. I think we do collaborate a little bit with Port Arthur, the Institute at Port Arthur, and with LU Technology Institute, but system-wide delivery might be very interesting.
Talk to me about the Lamar's enrollment and online program.
It's about Right now it's about 3,600 students. The vast majority of these are in our online master's degree program in education. We also have the doctoral program in education that's on campus, and we have all of the, we have another online program that addresses students in high school that want to come and have early admittance to college. And then we have a degree completion program. And I believe we're coordinating with the coordinating board, or working with the coordinating board as one of 7 institutions that's trying to help students complete their degrees, students who have over 50, 60, 80 hours who lack their final hours. We're trying to help those students graduate also.
Members, in the interest of time, we probably need to move on. But thank you very much, President Simmons. Let's go to the next, Sam Houston State. That's what I have on the list here.
Chair, yes, that's me. Dana Gibson, President at Sam Houston State University. Actually, I'll update you on a few things that I'll use some of the bragging points to take our Chancellor's lead there. Sam Houston State was just ranked as the 2nd lowest debt for our graduates of any institution in the United States. Number 1 lowest debt is Princeton. And the others in that top 5 are Ivy League schools. So we've done a really good job of graduating our students and graduating them with only about 46% have debt, and that's at only about $7,800 worth of debt when they graduate with their undergraduate degrees. And so they become very productive members of the Texas economy very quickly when they graduate. Also, when we look at our undergraduate education, 58% of our students come in at risk by the coordinating board definitions, and we graduate them at or above the average for the state. And we also do that well from a diversity standpoint. This last reporting period, the graduation rates for African American students was 3% higher than for the overall student population. So we are, again, graduating the students that the state of Texas needs for the economy. We also have done that with a lot of growth in several different areas. We have been growing in transfers. For the first time, our transfer students outnumbered our freshmen, and the first time in the history of Sam Houston State. Part of that is the dynamic of our partnership with Lone Star College, which is the fastest growing community college in the state of Texas, and that partnership has translated into a lot of transfer students to Sam Houston. When we look at those, we also are growing on the main campus and as well as online. Our online education has been growing at 30 to 40% per semester. We now have 12 master's programs fully online. We have 1 undergraduate program fully online, with the 2nd undergraduate program going fully online this spring, and we'll be adding a 3rd behind that. Those undergraduate programs will be targeted at completers or completion students, those that have started higher education and stopped out for some reason and want to complete a degree. And so we stand poised to be able to assist in that area of education as well as through traditional undergraduate education. We do that. We have a new college, a College of Fine Arts and Mass Communication, and we've also started a nursing program within the last year that's been very successful. And that's probably the next growth area from a program standpoint. We will open buildings. The Woodlands Center will open in April, and that's a partnership with Lone Star College. And if you are familiar with the Woodlands area at all in Texas, has a lot of health industry there, and so we're looking at some allied health programs targeted at that center to fulfill the requirements for that health industry in that location. Another couple of items I'll identify here is that we're also looking at an opportunity that was mentioned to partner with a private developer for a research innovation park. What that will allow us to do is to put some of our areas that are non-academically focused, like our Law Enforcement Management Institute, our Corrections Management Institute, as well as our TRIS, our Texas Environmental Science, into an area off campus. It's about 3.5 miles off campus. And that partnership will allow us to move other research and therefore look at the core campus area to be heavily academic. And I think in the long run that will allow us to optimize our space needs as we look forward to the future. And that's one thing. Actually, before this request came forward, we had asked and worked through the system office to look at an early update to our campus master plan. Because of this opportunity we have with this private partnership, and because of the growth in some different types of programs and online, we find that we need to update our campus master plan. So some of the questions that I believe that you had related to the amount of space and the amount of space requirements are some of the ones that we have right now as well. So I would say some of those are on target. What we really think that we'll, if I have a crystal ball and look at that when we finish this update to our master plan by the end of the academic year, is that we'll probably be targeted toward what I would call specialized or lab types of facilities as opposed to general classroom facilities. The growth in online education, while it decreases the need for classroom space, we find that we're growing in our faculty because we use the same we hire faculty to teach the online courses just like we would face-to-face courses. And so what we're finding is a need for office space for faculty, but less of a need for some general classroom space when we look at that growth in the online programs. And so all of those dynamics mean that we're going to have to update our campus master plan to look at that and make sure that we can optimally use the space that we have. Another item that we've moved forward with in the last year is centralizing all of our classroom scheduling and doing that with an automated system. We had not done that in the past, and I believe that will allow us to be able to better project our space needs and our space use than what we have seen in prior time periods. So I think that will help us as we look at this update to the master plan as well. And that, I think, is pretty much my update, and I would take any questions with that.
You mentioned that you had success with graduating African American students. You mentioned 3% above your other average. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct, for the last reporting period.
That's one of the areas in closing the gaps that we are looking at as far as how do we increase that statewide. What do you attribute that to? And as far as the overall graduation rate, what was the breakdown between male and female?
I don't know that I remember the difference between the genders. The overall graduation rate, when you're looking at that, I think we have what we call the SAM Center. It's a Student Advising and Mentoring Center. We've had several campuses from around the state of Texas that have come and visited and looked at that. The commissioner and others have been very supportive of that. It's won 2 national awards for advising and mentoring, and that started approximately 10 years ago, and that's when we saw our retention and graduation rate shoot up quite a bit. It's been very successful for us on campus, and I think that part of it is when you look at first-generation students, and we'll graduate approximately 1,500 next or this Saturday, and over 50% of those, again, are first-generation students, that having that advising and mentoring center set up is extremely helpful to help them get through kind of the system in higher education. And so I think if I was to say one thing, I'm sure, we have absolutely a quality faculty that care a lot about the success of their students, and then when you put that with that advising and mentoring center that's somewhat centrally driven, I think that helps us with our graduation and retention rates.
Members, other questions?
Yeah, I got one here. You have 4 campuses. Will you tell us about their enrollment and their growth for each one of them?
Well, when you look at these, and we mentioned these campuses, one is our agricultural center, which is located approximately 7 miles from the campus in Huntsville, and it is predominantly used for our agricultural, horticultural programs. And so it really is approximately 1,700 acres, and we've done research activities related to I would say, beef, pigs, any of the agricultural areas that you want to look at, and as well as horticulture and planting and things of that type. And so it's predominantly used for that. So we don't really, at this time, we have some very limited facilities out there to teach there. We just do, we actually take students out there for practical purposes. The university camp is really an auxiliary function where we had some land that was donated to us that is on the Trinity River, and we are looking at developing that a little bit more as a university camp, but that is all funded as an auxiliary and not through any educational sources of funds. And so it's used as an auxiliary as well. The Woodlands Center, we have been in a partnership for 14 years with Lone Star College, Montgomery, and that university center was so successful, and we were almost 93% of the enrollment there, that 2 years ago the system and the university worked with their system to negotiate for some land. We were given some land there, and we are building a 140,000 square foot facility which will open in April. So I don't have any numbers yet for that. I know what our current enrollment is there, which is about 8 to 9% of our total enrollment. But it's hard to project with opening our own building there with some increased space what that will be 2 to 4 years from now. Especially with the growth of Lone Star College Montgomery, that campus has grown anywhere from 12 to 18%, I believe, is their annual growth rate over the last few years. They've been growing at a very rapid pace, and a lot of those students transfer into to complete bachelor's degrees as opposed to just associate's degrees. And so we should see some of those coming to the main campus as well as maintaining there in the Woodlands.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a follow-up on that. The growth at the Huntsville, main campus, is it going to continue to grow, or how far is the distance between there and the Woodlands?
I think we'll see both of those grow. If you look at the growth patterns in that North Harris County, Montgomery County area, Montgomery County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state of Texas. And so when you look at that, I think we're going to see both growth in Huntsville and in the Woodlands with both of those. Again, the transfers as well as just full-time students, and what we're finding now is that we have quite a few students which were more regional before that are coming from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That's probably our second largest metropolitan feeder area now, and third behind that would probably be Bryan College Station, which is kind of interesting, and so that is, the growth patterns in all of those areas are growing, so we would project growth on the main campus as well as the Woodlands.
Thank you.
Fred?
President Gibson, your master plan shows the need, and you addressed this partly earlier, of 1.1 million gross square feet still being needed, which our staff says equates to about 660,000 in terms of E&G square footage. That's about 3 times what the space usage report shows as your deficit. So how do you reconcile that 440,000 square foot difference? It's got to be, I would guess, more than just the labs and faculty office space that you alluded to earlier.
Well, predominantly what we're seeing is our usage in classroom space versus lab space. I mean, we have a much higher ranking or number for laboratory or specialized space. And some of our growing program areas like industrial technology, agricultural, forensic science, and nursing all require specialized types of space. And I think when we update the master plan, we're going to see a projection for, and I mentioned space of that type. My guess is the 1.1 million was based on some original projections for general classroom that we'll see move into some more specialized space, but probably when I look at this, I would guess that we're going to be somewhere closer to what the board is projecting, and that's going to be all in specialized types of space.
Closer to the deficit that was reported?
Probably, closer. I would guess somewhere between the 600 and 200,000 square feet of specialized space needs versus general classroom needs.
Okay, so those will move towards the middle and probably closer. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment that's a little bit off subject?
No. Go ahead.
I can't help myself. I know the Sam Houston State officials here today probably would like to say this, but probably feel like that they shouldn't. But so I'm going to say it for them. Go Bearcats!
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
congratulations on your football.
13-0, I believe, or 12-0.
Yes, 13-0. Actually, the locals say we're 15-0 because the last two games of last season we won. So we have not lost a game in 15 games.
Well, I believe y'all are playing an out-of-state opponent, and so we're pulling for y'all.
Actually, yes. Last week was Montana State. This week is Montana.
So
and the governor may show up from Montana this week, just to let you know. So.
We're all Texans, so we're pulling for y'all.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. President Gibson, thank you very much. Let's go to Sul Ross State next on the list. Let's see. You're going to have to, Mr. President, pull up a microphone there.
Hello, I'm Don Kors. I'm the provost. Our president had longstanding appointments with several very promising donors, so he sends his apologies, but we are addressing one of our dire needs in that. Sul Ross State University, as you may know, the main campus is in Alpine. We have roughly 2,093 students there. We have three campuses also, one in Del Rio, one in Uvalde, and one in Eagle Pass. We have finished recently a marketing campaign done by Sosa & Sosa, which is addressing our greatest challenge, which is location, using our greatest advantage, which is location. Our location being in the bold and beautiful Big Bend. We have rebranded ourselves as the University of the Big Bend for our Alpine campus. We serve over 50% students who are first generation, and we have over 50% Hispanic students. We also have one of the lowest tuition rates in the state of Texas, so we are serving access, we think, very, very well. We have a space surplus, as you may know. Our main challenge is enrollment and retention. We are trying very hard, as our marketing campaign is directed to do, to increase enrollment, to increase our retention rates. To do that, we have recently acquired some grants that we believe will help us achieve these goals. One will increase, we hope, our computer science programs. We're adding new tracks to. This is a Department of Education Hispanic Serving Institution Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math grant of roughly $4.5 million. We're adding 4 new tracks that we think will attract students and will serve that important STEM area for our Hispanic students mainly. We also have a Title V grant, roughly $2.5 million, that will increase our post-baccalaureate student enrollment, graduate students. Particularly through enhancing distance education and doing faculty development to develop distance ed courses. We also have an undergraduate DOE grant that will help mentor and tutor our students to address that overwhelming need, I think, to increase enrollment and retention. Our current plan is to increase our student population at the Alpine campus roughly 100 students per year up until about 2015. We don't anticipate any additional space needs until about 2018, and that is only if we are on target and we're successful in increasing our student population. Thank you.
How do you intend to reach that goal? What are you going to do to get those 100 students a year increase?
We have several things we're doing. We completed last week a search for a new vice president for enrollment management. This is someone who will provide leadership at the vice presidential level for the first time on the Alpine campus. We had 2 extraordinarily good candidates. We hope to bring one of those on board within the next week or 2. Not on board, I'm sorry. We hope to hire them, and we hope to have them on board as quickly as possible. I mentioned our new marketing plan with Sosa & Sosa. This has been extensive. It's involved rebranding. The most important thing, though, has involved our targeted student recruitment. What we have found is that in a location like ours, if we bring students in from Dallas and Houston, they go into instant culture shock. Our location is described in our U.S. News and World Report ad as remote. You know, they have rural, they have suburban, they have urban. Ours is remote, and it is remote if you've ever been out there. What we found is that for those students we bring in from big cities, we have a 65% dropout rate after the first year. For those students we bring in from smaller towns, we have a 65% retention rate. So clearly what we're trying to do is to do some very targeted recruitment. We think that's already paid off. We have a significant increase in new student enrollment. We're getting a better yield from those students that we've targeted, and the plan's been in place, the new marketing plan, only since last April. So we're hoping for some gains there. I also mentioned our Title V grants and our Department of Education HSI STEM grant. We hope to increase enrollment, particularly in those areas that address STEM programs. Foremost among them, the computer science. So those are our major initiatives. I would say the most important of those would be the targeted enrollment, a much more targeted enrollment, and that will be overseen by the new Vice President for Enrollment Management.
Well, I want to encourage you to continue to do the research on the West Texas pronghorn.
We are addressing that. Our Borderlands Research Institute under Dr. Harvison,
yes,
in fact, is working on the pronghorn decline problem, and it's very interesting. They're making some real strides there. They think they've got some possible causes identified.
I've read that research and I was very impressed. And is the Riata still in Alpine?
It's still there. I was there last week.
I'll have to come visit again then.
If you do, we'll take you there.
And I've actually been on your campus, and it's a beautiful campus. A&M Corpus Christi was successful in rebranding itself as the Island University, so
yes, sir.
I have no doubt you're going down the right track and you're targeting the right kind of students, so that's good.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wouldn't use Island University, though.
Yeah. maybe Island in the Sky. Or all right, next is Texas State San Marcos.
Right. Thank you. My name is Denise Trouth, and I have the privilege of being the president of Texas State University. We have a couple of slides that I can go over that give you an overview. The next one gives you the enrollment. This fall, we have 34,113 students. That makes us the 5th largest among the public institutions in Texas. We're very proud of the fact that as our enrollment has increased, so have the degrees awarded. We have the 5th highest graduation rate in Texas. That's despite the fact that we have the highest student-faculty ratio, and that's a place where traditionally you don't want to have the highest. Our space usage is also very high. According to the coordinating board's efficiency numbers, we have 200 points in both classroom and laboratory use. That's the highest you can get. We're one of 4 institutions that the board has given those 200 points to. If you look at the space projection model, we have a deficit in square footage, which has increased as our enrollment has increased. That makes sense. We're now to the point where we are at 851,000, and that's net deficit square footage. The next slide shows our planned construction and renovation. On our San Marcos campus, our highest priority is an engineering and science building. We desperately need this. We have 576 undergraduate engineering majors. That's in a school that's only about 5 years old. We project that in fall of 12 we'll have to stop admitting new majors to the School of Engineering because we're just out of space. Which is a shame when you consider how needed baccalaureate-trained engineers are in Texas. Our next highest priority is a music building. We currently have about 700 music majors. Our music school is currently in a building that was formerly the gym, the gymnasium. We'd like to renovate that for the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. That's one of the fastest growing majors on campus, and we really need more space. We have two projects that impact Alkek Library. That's our main library. One is a repository. We'd like to move a lot of the general collection and some of the archives and special collection to a repository that would be off campus but close to campus. That would free up space so that we could have more of a learning commons. That's space that students use in the library for learning, everything from more computer that students can have access to small meeting rooms where teams of students can get together and work on projects, to a little bit larger conference rooms. We're renovating Jowers. That's our health and human performance facility. As our athletics program builds its own facilities, they're moving out of V&G space, and we're expanding that space for academic programs. We have a project going on with our psychology building. Our Department of Psychology is going to move into a new building that'll open next fall, and we want to renovate the psychology building for our quickly growing computer science department. And then finally, we're building a performing arts center, and we're going to renovate the existing theater building, again, for more instructional space. Our second campus is in Round Rock. We currently have two buildings in Round Rock. One is a general purpose building, the Avery building. The other is the nursing building. Our goal is to move our whole College of Health Professions out of San Marcos and into Round Rock. Nursing, as I said, is currently in Round Rock. That's the first academic program that we offer exclusively in Round Rock. But our goal is to move all of our health professions to Round Rock, take advantage of the synergy in Williamson County, and then that would free up space in San Marcos for other disciplines. Our research is growing very quickly. You can see the numbers there from fiscal 09. Research expenditures at $24.5 million, up to $30.6 in 10, and the final number for fiscal 11, this was the preliminary number, the final number for fiscal 11 is $33.5 million. So that's a big increase in just a couple of years. We do need space. Research does take space. We broke ground this summer on a Center for Research Commercialization at our Star Park. That's on university-owned land that's about 2 or 3 miles from campus. It'll be a research park. We have the first company that will be housed in that incubator, if you will. As I indicated, we need an engineering and science building. We do have the land for it. It is adjacent to campus. The university's owned the land for some time, so that's not the problem. As I indicated earlier, we'd like to build 2 more buildings in Round Rock and move the whole College of Health Professions there. And then at that point, we'll probably be ready for a second building at the Star Park. And finally, housing and residence life. We are a university that requires freshmen to live on campus. Up until a couple of years ago, we required freshmen and sophomores to live on campus, but we've had explosive undergraduate growth in the last couple of years. 3 years ago, we grew by 6%. 2 years ago, we grew by 6%, and this past fall, we grew by 4.7%. So what we're facing, frankly, is a situation in which we can't require sophomores to live on campus. We just don't have the beds. One of the interesting dynamics, we allow freshmen whose parents live within a 60-mile radius of the university to live at home. So those freshmen are not required to live on campus, but one of the things that's happening is that the occupancy by freshmen on campus, percentage-wise, is increasing. If you go back about 10 years, it was in the 80%, mid-80s, and now it's up to almost 95% of the freshmen are living on campus. So a lot of the freshmen who wouldn't be required to live on campus do live on campus. We have the whole spectrum of cost points for our on-campus housing because we do require freshmen to live on campus. So, for example, at one end of the spectrum, a student can live on campus for a semester for $1,370. That's pretty good. And at the other end, it's $3,400. So we do have the whole spectrum. Students aren't required to live in expensive housing. What you can see here is that we plan to add over the next several years about 2,400 beds and take down about 600 beds. So we'd have a net gain of almost 1,800 beds. Essentially what we'd be doing here is taking down residence halls where there's not a lot of density. A residence hall, for example, that holds 225 beds, and replace it with a residence hall that holds about 600. So take advantage of the core campus, keep the housing in close enough that students can get to class, and replace some of those old facilities. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Can I ask a question about your research? The majority of your funding for research comes through what avenue? Is it through NIH? Is it through private donorship? Is it private ventures that the professors go out and get on their own?
It's a combination of funding. There's a lot of federal funding. It's not NIH so much. It's more NSF. Our big initiative, is some of the committee members know, is in materials science and engineering and commercialization. And so that tends more to be funded by the National Science Foundation. But we've had a lot of gifts of equipment from industry. For example, a $5 million piece of equipment from Freescale. So it's kind of the whole spectrum.
Considering the constraint, the lack of funds for capital expenditures, how are you going to take care of all this with your growth?
We have a number of different strategies because several of them are programmatic. For example, we currently have, in the past year, we had about 6,200 students who were taking online courses, and we intend to increase that. We also are a partner in northern San Antonio at the Alamo University Center, a multi-institutional center, and we have just signed an agreement to lease additional space from them, so we'll be looking there. We're going to bring more courses into the daytime in Round Rock. Initially, Austin Community College used that building during the day for their freshman, sophomore classes. We still rely on them for freshman, sophomore classes, but they now have their own campus in Round Rock, so we can bring courses into the day. But when you get to something like engineering in San Marcos, there's not a lot we can do. That's just core lab space. You can't teach it online. It needs to be in San Marcos. So that's a place where we, as I said earlier, we're just going to have to stop admitting additional students if we can't get funding for an engineering building. Now, I will tell you, in January, I have an appointment with Jim Broadus to talk about public-private partnerships, and I'd love to hear that there's a way through a public-private partnership to build an engineering building, but I don't know what the revenue stream would be. And this is just, as I said, core academic space. So in that particular discipline, we're pretty stuck.
Well, I'm glad you plugged our next panel on P3. So I know you all have busy schedules, but if you're interested, stick around. And I'm sure Jim appreciates the unpaid-for commercial as well. But Denise, what about what is the growth at Round Rock? What's your enrollment out there? What percentage of your overall student body is that now, and what's it going to be?
We have about 1,800 students in Round Rock. Now, we had the dynamics of our enrollment increase in the last 3 years are about traditionally aged undergraduates. That's where the explosive growth has been, the 18 to 22-year-old, and they are primarily in San Marcos. Round Rock, from day one, was conceptualized for the older student, and that's why the programs all started after 3 p.m. in the afternoon. We actually had a slight decrease in Round Rock this fall, and it's accounted for by the master's degree in education. And what we think happened is that with layoffs of teachers in Texas, that people are just right now not pursuing a master's degree in education until they can figure out how this is all going to turn out. We had, though, a 25% increase in the College of Health Professions. If you look at nursing in Round Rock and the health professions in San Marcos. So we do think that that's going to be a real growth sector for Round Rock if we can move that whole college up there. As we move more classes, though, into the daytime hours in Round Rock, that will increase the enrollment slightly. I don't want to overpromise here, though, what's going to happen in Round Rock.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Denise, you mentioned that you're thinking of expanding into San Antonio. As you do that, have you had any conversations, or is it too early with the two public universities there to make certain that we don't have unnecessary duplication of programs and we don't create competition among the three universities would be located in San Antonio? We can't squander state resources by having those kinds of phenomena occur.
Absolutely. We actually have been in San Antonio for, I'm guessing, more than 30 years at the military bases. And what we did with the Alamo University Center was centralize courses that were kind of all over the place. And what we've had in San Antonio for all these years is a sort of a reverse 2+2 program for working professionals, and particularly for military professionals who have reverse 2+2 means that they've got a lot of the professional experience, but they don't have the general education component. But part of the university center is A&M. They are part of that university center. Now, UTSA isn't, but we do coordinate what we're doing down there.
Good. That's good to hear.
Very good. Yes, sir.
Yes. Let me commend you for what you all have achieved in San Marcos. The growth, the efficiency, and the way you have grown, using a lot of creativity. I think you all have done more with less, and I hope that more institutions around the state of Texas look at that template.
Thank you.
Now let me move on to one more thing here on your housing. You showed, you compared some cost from $1,340 per semester to $3,400, depending on, and this does give choices to our students. As you offset these housing and build new housing, are you still going to be able to keep those choices for them?
We will keep a whole spectrum. Whether we can keep it as low as $1,300, I can't promise that. But we are committed to the whole spectrum, and we're committed to a variety of housing types. And some of, like the newest hall that we're building right now, actually, although it's going to be the newest hall, it's going to be in the middle of the spectrum in terms of cost. So we're not just building at the high end.
Good to know that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Quick question, if I could.
Go right ahead, Dennis.
Do you expect to be able to sustain your research, external research funding over the next several years? You're showing a growth. What do you anticipate those numbers are going to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Can you give me some kind of idea?
Well, it's hard to know that number. And I would tell you that a lot of the growth is because we were putting in place a new PhD program in material science, engineering, and commercialization, and so hiring the faculty, getting the equipment, putting all that in place. So some of the steep trend line there is accountable because of that PhD program. But there's also enormous synergy. Once you get these programs started, there's just a great deal of synergy. So although I can't say that it would increase $5 million a year for the next 10 years, I do think you're going to see increases.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
3 more institutions to go.
3 more to go, yes. Thank you very much. Next is the Lamar Institute of Technology.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Suge, president of Lamar Institute of Technology, and I've been here for 5 years now in Texas, and I've had the privilege of working with all these fine ladies and gentlemen in our Texas State University system. Lamar Institute of Technology is a two-year institution offering only the Associate of Applied Science degree and workforce development programs. We have over 50 degree and certificate programs, and last year, head count, we served over 4,000 college credit students and 3,000 non-credit students for 7,000 students different. We have an FTE enrollment of approximately 3,000 students this year, and our workforce development program is, as you can refer to what Dr. Simmons said, highly dependent upon the petrochemical industry there in southeast Texas. However, we are very comprehensive as an institution in what we do offer. We have public service and safety programs, a police academy, fire academy, EMS, paramedic, and OSHA programs. In addition, in our allied health program, we have dental hygiene, radiography, respiratory, sonography, and other additional programs that are contracted. We do have a grant from the Workforce Commission this year for $1.2 million, working with 3 other institutions in Houston and Christus Hospital to train 1,500 workers in-house with new skill upward development activities, and we've been working on that during the past year. In our technology program, we're highly dependent upon the chemical industry for the processing and instrumentation graduates. We are the second leading institution in the country for the 3rd year in a row now in the number of graduates graduated. We fall behind Arizona University as the second institution in the state out of their top 50 rankings, so we're very proud of what we're able to do with our graduates there in that program. In the workforce development area, we are very big in terms of contract training and workforce training, but we are very market-driven in that particular environment. And several years ago, you remember the $30 billion or so expansion that was there in southeast Texas with petrochemicals, and all of us were anxiously working as feverishly as we could with other 2 institutions, the private sector, and others to provide all the skilled workers needed for the plant expansions. Then we had Hurricane Ike and 3 other hurricanes. We had Tornado 2 snows. We had the BP spill, and then we had everybody rebuild the plants that were flooded out. So that economic engine died, and then you had the market tank. We went from our 99% placement rate of graduates, not to transfer to other institutions, but to go to work, dropped down to 85%. Still, that's a very good, commendable number for an institution of our nature, even in a market system like we are today. We have a number of business and technology programs that are available for students going into the marketplace as well. And in the technology area, besides processing and instrumentation, we're very large in welding, industrial mechanics, diesel, air conditioning, and refrigeration. We are very cramped for space. In the slide presentation that you received, you saw a picture of our campus, which is 20 acres, which is the LIT campus designated there, and you see a to be demolished. Those are 5 warehouses built in the 50s through the 70s, 3 of whom had no air conditioning, 2 had no restrooms, and our legislature was very kind to provide $5 million to us this year to provide funds to do something to accommodate that deficiency. The newly acquired property that you see on the right-hand side of the slide, we were able to purchase that this year at a reasonable cost, and one of the questions asked was, how are you going to tear down 5 buildings and maintain your college? Trying to move welding, industrial mechanics, air conditioning, refrigeration, and so forth to a temporary site is not like bringing a portable classroom on your campus. The master plan that we got approved indicated that we needed to build 2-story buildings with no second floor because the high lifts, because the exhaust system is other things we needed to do. The property that was newly acquired this year has 2-story warehouses that have no second floor that we are renovating into the appropriate technical classrooms that we programmed, with the outside infrastructure provided as well as the inside classroom to be the kind of classrooms faculty and staff and students need for training now and in the future, that is also going to be capable of being adjusted and accommodating the changing technologies that we have. We'll be moving in January. The first little white roof building you see there, as well the welding lab is going into half of that, and we'll be relocating welding. Throughout the rest of the year, we anticipate within 18 months moving the other industrial programs into those, so that 2 buildings on the left-hand side to be demolished will be totally empty. And then as funds become available, we'll be able to take 2 buildings down and build what we would need to build in a 2-story structure that is shown on the next slide that you'll see that shows our finished product. And in that design, you can see that's a whole different picture than what you saw on that front page. We begin to build a campus. The programs that are in 2 of our buildings now will move into the newly renovated buildings, and then the buildings that they're coming out of, when funds become available, will be taken down and more specific and appropriate classrooms built. So it'll be a domino effect as we move across. The fact we were able to acquire the new property resolved our issue about what to do with those heavy programs and where to put them temporarily and then bring them back. So now that we have that additional property across the street of 4 acres, we can provide access for all of our students to have the proper training facilities, as well as our contract workers who use our facilities, and additional parking spaces that we need. We've also relocated our trucking academy to that site, which was formerly housed in Jimmy Simmons football field. So we moved that off of there so his players could run in straight lines. But this has been a benefit to us to get that program. So in response to questions that we've been asked about, well, how are you going to do this? It's a $60 million master plan. We were able to acquire that property at a reasonable price. We're able to move things in within that $5 million and take care of total reprogramming for 5 different programs. And then as TRBs become available, and if they don't, then we are also beginning a capital campaign. We've been waiting until Dr. Simmons gets mostly through his, because we don't want to compete with similar natures in the area. And then we'll begin working with that as well as other private resources and public partnership activities. Naming rights are available for any of the buildings if any of you are so inclined. As you can see there,
Maybe
the Phase 3, the Tisher Center is available, yes. The Phase 3 campus master plan that you see there, we've already done the infrastructure around the buildings. Usually you build buildings and do stuff around it. We had enough local HEAF funds to go in and do the pedestrian and parking reconfiguration and provide entranceway, signage, and a new look to our campus. And that has been completed, and now we'll be going back in and putting in the individual buildings and so forth. Our square foot deficit was about 88,000 square foot when I arrived, and now it's well over 140,000 square feet. Our enrollment continues to grow. Our college accredited enrollment grew 9% last year. Unfortunately, because of the workforce decline, we ended up with a minus 1% total growth for the year because the workforce contract training folks disappeared in that market system. So we're constantly working and diversifying and doing what we need to do to serve our community. We have people coming to LIT from 123 different cities in Texas, Louisiana, and other places outside the United States. So we're somewhat of a destination point for others because of the uniqueness of what we offer. And we're very proud of the activities that we do serve, and I'll be glad to answer any other questions you may have.
You mentioned your trucking academy. How many truck drivers do you train on an annual basis?
We have classes that start every 8 weeks, and we have 6 students per class because they're one-on-one in the cabs. And so we're full year-round, 12 months a year. We have no vacancies, and we have waiting lists.
Well, there's quite a, I'm sure you know, but maybe others don't, there's quite a shortage nationally, and it's exacerbated in Texas by the success of the Eagle Ford Shale and other things. We're, as of 2 years ago, I think the nation was short about 20,000 drivers, and it's growing to a projected shortage of 100,000 drivers. So,
yes, sir. If we had more trucks and we could hire additional faculty, we could increase that, but that's a limitation on the equipment and finding the qualified drivers to come teach, because the opportunity to earn so much more being a driver is out there.
These students that you're having, it's basically a 2-year program, and then they're in the workforce.
Yes, sir, predominantly.
What experiences do you have as far as, I mean, this is more of a technical, learn how to weld, that sort of thing, but they still have to have a background in mathematics or whatever to make that work.
Yes, sir. We have the same general education requirements as SACS for all other 2-year degrees, 25% of that curriculum. So we do have the English, the math, the social sciences, and so forth.
How do you deal with developmental ed situations, somebody that is short in mathematics or those things?
Over 75% of our students are enrolled in one or more developmental courses. And we have a full-blown developmental math program and faculty and staff, because all of our faculty teach English and math, are also teaching developmental courses, so they cover the curriculum with the students they're going to be receiving. We've worked this year with Blackboard in an online...
Excuse me just a second.
Sure.
He'll be back.
Okay. Do we have a quorum? 3. Okay. Sorry, excuse me.
Oh, that's okay. Part of the developmental issue is, of course, not everybody's taking classes on campus, as you've heard with distance learning. We've got 4 programs that are fully online, and we've got 12 that are more than 50% online. But if you have a program, you've also got to provide the support services and developmental education as well for that degree. We partner with Blackboard as one of 9 institutions in the country piloting an online program for developmental mathematics, since that's a very large area of lack of success, if you will. And we've also partnered with our faculty on campus to develop 2 in-house programs for online activities. So we're benchmarking 3 different activities now to determine the best way to serve the online students. Unfortunately, the success in developmental students is not extremely high across the nation. And when you have 15 to 20% of the students coming out of those mathematics courses, that means you've got 70 to 80% that are not going to be pursuing a 2-year degree, a 4-year degree, because they've hit the threshold and that's as far as it's going to be able to go. Many of these students have the opportunity in Texas to go to technical schools or additional schools like we have at the 2-year schools with certificate programs that at least give them the skill set for employment. However, they need to understand you still need the computational and math skills to do those skill sets. In allied health or in cosmetology and so forth, or in welding, you've still got to be able to read and decipher what you need to do. I'd hate for a beautician to not know fractions and start putting chemicals in people's heads. So there's a big concern, and people look at technical programs as lesser in quality and lesser demand for intelligence, and that's not true. It takes just as much, if not more, skills for 2-year degrees in nursing and dental hygiene and others as it would to be a business major. And so, we provide the support necessary, and we do everything we can to help the students, from mentoring to learning support labs and to one-on-one instruction with those students.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? You had mentioned something that really caught my attention with the 99% placement, which is now down to 85%. Have you guys seen an increase back up to, or that 99%, or going towards that as opposed to decreasing in the past few years, or do you see that trend continuing?
When I was hired 5 years ago, I thought it was a typo, that for 6 years you've got a 98, 99% placement rate, but it was not, and it maintained itself through 2008 when it started to go down, when we had the economy starting to change. We recovered enrollment-wise after Hurricane Rita and grew at a double-digit pace. In addition, we also had an unphenomenal growth there, if you will, in workforce development. Instead of having a normal progression in contact hours, all of a sudden you have this huge increase. Well, when you compare it to the previous year, all of a sudden it looks like, why did you decrease so much? Well, because the anomaly showed up. If it had been steady, then we would probably be where we would have been had that not happened. But in our program, I'm not seeing, again, any change in hiring. Many of the 401ks are now 101ks in the industry out there, and many of the retirees are not retiring, and many of the plants are changing technology. Instead of 10 people, they need 2. So there's a change in the infrastructure where these students go to work, and so the thing we're trying to recognize for our students is that those skills are transferable. It's not just petrochemical. Anybody that manufactures, anybody that produces products as a processing instrumentation has a skill set that's available in multiple industries throughout this country. And we're not training you for Beaumont, Texas. We're training you for a global economy. If you go to work for Total in our area and they promote you, we're the only site in the United States that has a Total plant. So they're going around the world. And we're trying to educate our students to the fact you're a global industry, you're a global student, and we want to prepare you for whatever comes your way.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Dr. Zook, do you still have some programs? I think we had a conversation a number of years ago that the employer said, I need some of these skills, but you couldn't fill them. Do you still have some programs that we still can't fill?
Not at this particular time. We're able to meet contract training requests on a regular basis. If you walked in today and said, I need to train these people to be this, we'll work with that private sector. Now, where the funds are drying up to support that is in the workforce programs in Texas, where they used to pay for the students to come to class or provide the resources for private-public partnerships. Those dollars are becoming less and less, and that's a challenge for the 3 2-year schools to get resources to continue those opportunities. But where they're there, we take advantage of them, and we're very big now in looking for grants, opportunities to do that.
The coordinating board has put together a program or an initiative called GenTX. I don't know, are you familiar with the website? The one thing I see on their Learn More, Earn More on this website is that none of the programs that you're offering are listed here. Is there an opportunity for staff that works with that website to work with
Absolutely.
your faculty to put those jobs and those skill training and those academic pathways on here? Because I think, like you said, you have 132 locations you're getting students from. They're not all local, but a lot of people that don't live in the Golden Triangle don't understand petrochemical. They don't know what that smell is. That smell is money. And they may be in other parts of the state and never really understand there's a opportunity for them, not having to go to a four-year institution, to earn a living wage that they could see the world and raise a family on.
Right, and we do that. And one other thing I'd like to also indicate is we have a very good relationship with Lamar University. There's not guaranteed articulation for AAS to BS degrees in Texas, nor are there programs for that nature in a large magnitude. But Dr. Simmons and his staff have put together articulation programs so that every student at our school that gets that degree has the opportunity to go to the four-year university across the street, complete a Bachelor of Applied Technology degree in industrial engineering as it's related to their program, or in the general interdisciplinary studies. So we do have continuation opportunities for those folks, which is a positive thing.
Any other questions?
Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much. Next is Lamar, the Orange campus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mike Shahan. I'm president of Lamar State College Orange. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you for a moment and to present the materials that you have in front of you. I know we're trying your patience by dragging this out so long, so I'm going to try to make this very brief. We are a two-year access, open admission institution. We provide both academic transfer instruction and vocational technical instruction. Our concentration on the vocational side is in the allied health field, and we've had significant growth there. Our enrollment growth over the past 2 years, or past 4 years, has been exceptional. We were recently recognized in Community College Weekly among institutions with enrollments between 2,500 and 5,000 as the 8th fastest growing institution in the country. We're up to about 2,750 now in terms of our headcount enrollment. We also have exceptionally high utilization rates. If you look at your figures for both classroom space and lab space, we're very high in both of those areas. We have a significant need for additional instructional space, particularly related to nursing and allied health. We anticipate within the next 12 months of bringing a proposal to you for the construction of a new building to accommodate that. That building is outlined on the materials that you have in front of you. We're proud of what we've been able to accomplish. Think we're doing a good job to help close the gaps in the state of Texas, and I'd be happy to respond to your questions.
How did you turn around your enrollment?
It's a combination of factors. One, we had recovery from the hurricanes, which had hurt our enrollment significantly. Second, we've benefited from the poor economy with more people going back to school to try to retrain and get new skills. We've benefited from the fact that we've improved our facilities significantly. Unfortunately, some of that improvement was the result of the hurricanes and the repairs we had to make, but our facilities that we have right now are top-notch. The other thing going for us, as tuitions have risen across the state of Texas, you find more and more people that are shopping for the best bargain. We've been able to keep our tuition relatively low, and I think that's attracting students that in years past might have gone to LU or Stephen Austin or University of Houston.
So the gains that you had in utilization, and LIT has also had some good progress in space efficiency. A lot of that, though, came from like a good hurricane every few years allows you to build a more efficient campus.
Well, it's primarily because our enrollment's grown and we've had to stuff more people and get better utilization out of our facilities. We've had some private partnerships, particularly in allied health, where the hospitals have helped us by providing space. We've done some innovating scheduling, trying to, particularly in the nursing area, to find available clinical space to train nurses.
Other questions? Done? Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And last but certainly not least is Lamar Port Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Sam Monroe. I serve as president of Lamar
State College, Port Arthur, and I'll be brief in my presentation today. Thank you for this opportunity. This picture shows the campus. We're located in an older neighborhood in Port Arthur, in a sort of a deteriorating neighborhood. Many of the buildings that we operate as campus buildings today had other missions before we got the building, either by gift or acquisition, like the 7-Eleven store, the First Methodist Church, the Southern Union Gas Building, the Fidelity Savings and Loan. So it's been sort of like an urban renewal project over the decades. And so today we serve, about 2,500 students in the current semester there. We just opened a new facility, our Student Success Center, and it's a place where we house our developmental education department. We take a lot of people. Most of the people that come to us, it's an open access school, like Dr. Shahan mentioned. They're first-generation people, first of the family to go to college. So we have a lot of people who are taking remedial math or reading or writing courses. We pick up people where we find them. We bone them up where they can do college work. And then we send them to Dr. Simmons on the Beaumont campus. We send between 300 and 400 students a year there to work on a 4-year degree. We also serve people in the state and federal prisons that are located in our area. We have the contract to train people there, those inmates there. We do an online program in nursing, which is a new initiative for us that Dr. Simmons mentioned, that we cooperate with LU in providing this service to take a licensed vocational nurse and then ladder that person up to registered nursing status. We have about 400 students enrolled in that program at this time. So I can talk on, but I'm feeling that maybe I should stop here and be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Members?
Your placement percentage is pretty impressive as well. How have you achieved that?
Well, it's not ever one thing. It's always a combination of things. We've had a rapidly expanding economy locally. Now, I must say, we go through the boom and bust cycles where we are. My colleagues have mentioned the industrial expansion. There are 3 oil refineries in Port Arthur. All 3 have spent a combined total of about $12 billion in the last 4 years. We can look out our window. There are 13,000 construction workers at the Motiva plant today. But now next year, they're anticipating that number is going to go from 13,000 down to 2,000. So that's why I say we go through these boom and bust cycles. These numbers, we want to take credit for them, but they came at a good time for us. We have a good program mix. We think that added to it in helping to place people in jobs where there was demand for their services. We would love to smooth out those peaks and valleys, but sadly that's the kind of economy that we live in.
Sam, in the future, when somebody asks you that question, you say it's good management.
That occurred to me, but I thought I better not say that in front of these distinguished people.
It's important to know where you are in the cycle. The only other question I had is can you identify this blue bird-like animal that's on your logo?
That's we have student athletes, and we play basketball and women's softball, and that's a Seahawk.
Seahawk, okay.
Yes,
good.
sir.
Good. Well, it's more fierce looking than the one in Seattle, so I'd be sure I knew what I was looking at.
We took the name from the Port Arthur Seahawks, which was a Texas League team that played there many years ago. So we actually claimed the name before Seattle picked it up. We traced that history back.
You got to watch those folks in Seattle. They also tried to take over 12th man, too. So.
Yeah, that's right.
Very good. Any other questions? If not,
thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Very impressive.
To our new board members and new committee members, this committee used to travel around the state and see some of these campuses. As that got to be kind of logistically more and more difficult,
we drag all them here.
We're bringing the campuses to you so that we get a chance to see what's going on these campuses and with facilities. So it's not quite the same thing as being there, but it's the next best thing.
Okay, I think the next Item on our agenda is item 4D, panel discussion on public-private partnerships. This panel discussion is intended to explore the possibilities of expansion of the P3 effort. Representatives are Dr. Barry Nelson, Vice President for Finance and Business, the Texas A&M Health Science Center, Dr. Elton E. Stuckley, Jr., President of Texas State Technical College, and Dr. John W. Strybos, is that correct? Yes, sir. Associate Vice Chancellor of Facilities, Alamo Colleges, and a private firm, Dr. James A. Broadus, President and Founder with Broadus and Associates, are available to discuss. This is an information item. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us today.
Glad to be here.
Mr. Chairman, just a brief point of privilege. These presentations are back-to-back for a reason. As the last session was a good example of the lack of TRB funding available for facilities. Our institutions, while they're learning to get more efficient with space, still can't exist in a vacuum of new projects. So how they can more creatively use public-private partnerships is a very current topic, and so this panel is, particularly for those of you that are relatively new, is a good opportunity to hear some of the things that are thinking outside of the box, so to speak, on developing projects for institutions.
Well, thank you again for being here. The floor is yours.
Jim, why don't you? You're the private entity. Hi, my name is Barry Nelson. I'm with the Health Science Center at A&M, and we have enjoyed ventures probably outside the parameters of our historic model concerning FP&C. We actually, I actually want to share two models that we've gone through. First was a model we ensued in Round Rock for an education center there. It's about 130,000 square feet. About 45,000 of that, 40 to 45, is used for a health professions education center, and those docs actually teach our students there. We're pretty much a community-based type teaching operation at the Health Science Center for our medical students. So we are in need of those type of sites, given the fact that pursuant to a coordinating board study in 2002, we were going to be short of physicians in the near term. So we began, and that study also mentioned about moving forward with the smallest of our universities and growing into a comparable size. We had at that time about 80 students, had just moved from 64 to 82 students. So we had capacity because most of our health relateds are at about 200 students per class. We have been fairly nomadic, living off other people's property historically. Baylor College of Dentistry actually resides in a building owned by BUMC. We only have about 100,000 square feet there on a 100-year agreement for $1 a year. We're in year 33 of that, so we got some time left. We're doing some capital improvements and those type of things. Actually, pharmacy is in a building TRB is provided by to Kingsville, and so we're in that building, building on the A&M campus that actually resides on the A&M inventory, the Reynolds Medical Building. It's got about 109,000 net assignable. But as we began to grow in not only the area of medicine, but also nursing and the other shortages in the state, the Averys provided an opportunity in Round Rock with a gift of some land. And we obviously accepted the 15 acres, and they also provided an option of another 35 acres for a total of 50 acres just below Texas State and ACC and their campuses. So it seemed like a very nice feeder system and a beautiful opportunity to bring education in many areas. And as Denise just mentioned, they're moving all their health relateds and health techs to that campus. So that complemented where we were and what we were trying to do as well. But it was. I got to tell you, it was kind of a nightmare for a vice president for finance because we entered into, and we came before this board no less than 3 times, given the model. It was on the capital plan, but the model was a lease purchase agreement with the developers in the Round Rock area. We also went before the bond review board at least 3 times to talk about the funding models that could possibly be used. Now, as we entered in the project, the financing of that project in the lease agreement was fairly well capped at about 6.5%. In order for us to be able to fund it through the system, we had to go through the bond review board, which I mentioned we did. Those debt rates were at about 4%, the saving of better than $1 million annually. So we started the process with the approval of all and signed the contracts as appropriate. The contract process was actually fairly short or shortened given the fact we were actually looking at building a education center in Bryan on a gift of 200 acres that was given us. And actually I understood there was some discussion about a model on residence halls be using the same kind of models. That's the concept we actually used. We took the plans that we had that we'd spent an excruciating amount of time doing and used that model, and it was tweaked a little bit because one side of the building is a clinic for the FQHC, but the other is the educational component. So that shortened our timeline, but our construction timeline on that was only about 13 months. And so let me just share that an aggressive third-party building effort is noteworthy. Secondly, the coordination of that project between the A&E, so the life cycle cost I'm talking about, the A&E, which was employed by the developer, the contractor employed by the developer, all the cost aspects of it employed by the developer. Fortunately, it was a great team. We met weekly. Change orders, if there were some, got processed immediately. It was all coordinated with the approval of the Health Science Center and their planning process. Our facilities planning and construction group were there for their site visits on cue and on time. The architect had their own project manager, in addition to the project manager from FP&C, which is outsourced to some group called Broadus and Associates. But they were on cue and on task, and FP&C actually came in and sent their own inspectors in to make sure that it met the threshold that they required. I don't know if you've had a chance to go through the building. It's an exceptional building. It was done in really different fashion in the fact the communication lines, the working with the private groups, they were very responsive, and it was done in a process that was on time and well within budget. So we had a very good experience. The outcome of the funding model, we had up until the day of occupancy to determine if we could or would accept purchase or not, or we had to relent to the lease process. It was approved for us to go ahead and purchase the building at the savings amount. We had budgeted the amount needed for lease, which saved us some money, which was rather nice, quite honestly. But it was a new process. To me, sitting where I sit, it was a process that made you watch very closely the things that went on, and plus worried about the things that went on constantly. But when it was done and the process was complete and the building is complete, the building is functional, it's well used, it's well managed, and nothing but great comments on the building. So that's the Round Rock model that we used. The other model that is in Bryan, and this will be about 2 seconds, We actually have a Clinic 1 building that's on our Bryan campus. We were gifted 200 acres. 50 acres was to be used for taxable type of entities. GCON, which is a pharmaceutical, they create influenza vaccines through use of, it's not tobacco, but some type of plant medians. They can do it very quickly. They actually consumed about 26 acres of that 56 acres. And then we leased 5 acres to a clinic, Skanska, if you will, a contractor, who built about 130,000 square foot building. In that building resides the Brain and Spine Institute. It's a group of neurologists, but they also created this institute that incorporates researchers, et cetera, et cetera. There's about 50,000 square feet in that building to bring all the med tech programs from Glenn Junior College that resided in town because they were running out of space into that area. The College of Medicine consumed about 35,000 square feet of space. Miscellaneous space is Mary Crowley Research Institute has got some space, and then they've got some auxiliary and food service type of space. But the neat part about the model is that the cost of the dollar, et cetera, is consumed by those that lease it. Thus, we share it with outside groups. But we also lease that property for the 5 acres, to the corporation that built the building. So it lessens our responsibility, or it softens the impact of our lease in that building. So it too has worked well. It hasn't been open very long, but all the occupants, Brain and Spine, Blinn, the Health Science Center, it's been a very favorable model, and in fact they're looking at another 60,000 square foot building as we speak for other clinical efforts. So I'll rest there and pass the gauntlet to whomever.
Good afternoon. My name is Elton Stuckley. I'm the president of Texas State Technical College, Waco, and I'm here today to talk to you about our partnership with Baylor University in Waco. In 2009, McLennan County and the surrounding areas established the Central Texas Research and Technology Park. The first major project for that park is what we refer to as the BRIC, B-R-I-C, Baylor Research and Innovation Collaborative. TSTC was asked to participate and be a partner in the BRIC. Session before last, the state funded $10 million to TSTC to help with the renovations at particular building, which was an old manufacturing plant, a tire plant that was in operation until the mid-'80s in Waco, and because of competition and moves to taking business across to other countries, that plant closed. That building has been vacant for years. It's a very sound building, and with the help of Baylor University, or with their assistance, it's actually their project and their facility. We came in to partner with them. The first phase of that renovation is about $35 million. Funding was for that project was granted through EDCs, through grants, of course, the $10 million that the state awarded TSTC to fund it, and then half of that $35 million for Phase 1 was actually put in by Baylor University. Phase 1 should be nearing completion in the spring of 2012. Which includes renovation of the exterior, HVAC systems, elevators, new roof. When you look at the facility as it was in the past, as it is today, and moving forward, it's completely different. This facility is about 300,000 square feet. Now, part of that partnership that we have with Baylor is that TSTC will be granted 40,000 square feet of that facility. Our goal as part of this partnership is, of course, to increase the awareness of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, to be able to bring elementary and high school students in there to show them and let them look at the research and the stuff that's taking place in order to generate new products and look at new ideas to help generate new businesses and use creative thinking in establishing products to build new businesses. Part of the thing that we're intrigued about being part of is we're probably one of the only research facilities across the nation in which you'll have the research component, the engineers, that heavy theory that will help design the new prototypes, the new types of equipment. We will get to come in through our laboratories, high-tech labs, to provide the machining, the welding, the composites, whatever needs to be done while the research is going on in order to keep the equipment in operation as well as help maintain it. 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when I was in the vice president role at Waco, we established a partnership with Baylor in an area that we refer to as the Casper Lab. Casper was Center for Astrophysics, Space Physics, and Engineering Research. That lab was located on the Waco campus. Baylor had researchers come from around the world, and it was the study of dust particles in outer space and the effects that it would have on equipment in outer space. At that time, when we formed that partnership, we had students from our engineering cluster that worked over there in internships and co-ops and maintaining the equipment, working with these researchers to keep it running, to look at the research going on and to help maintain and move things forward. So we're very excited about this partnership. Phase 2, at the last board meeting at Baylor University, their board approved another $30 million for completion of Phase 2, which will be the interior renovation to complete the majority of the building. We expect that to be finished in 15 to 18 months after Phase 1 is completed. So we feel like TSTC being a state agency, we're a good player in that research park and working with Baylor because of the expertise that we provide in that particular arena. Any questions, comments?
I think we'll
Questions or comments? Go ahead, Fred.
Yes.
Well, you all want to go to questions now, or why don't the other two gentlemen give their presentation, then we'll kind of open it up for more of a panel discussion.
I'm John Strybos. I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor of Facilities for the Alamo Colleges. It's my pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Chancellor, Dr. Leslie, and our Board of Trustees. We welcome this opportunity to talk to you about the Tobin Hill Lofts at San Antonio College. Alamo Colleges has funding limitations in the same way that our other partners that are here today do. We can sell general obligation bonds. We can sell revenue bonds. Those require a debting capacity, and we are pretty much maxed out at this point in time. We do receive revenues from the state, but those continue to decline. And so we had a challenge that we had ongoing needs at San Antonio College. We need an academic building. We need a 1,000-space parking garage. We have an underutilized asset. We have 4 acres of land that's a surface parking lot. We've advertised for a public-private partnership. Dr. Broaddus and Associates helped us with that solicitation, and all this is unpaid advertisement for him. They've done a great job for us.
But we are making him serve on this panel. That's true.
And we received some responses. We went through an evaluation process. We've gone through, and we now have a master development agreement in place. We have set up a public facilities corporation. And so we're in the process where our business partners, our development partners, NRP Group, has arranged their first set of financing, and we're on track to start construction of 466 beds and a 1,000-space parking garage probably in about May of 2012, targeting an August 2013 construction completion date. We still have several agreements that the Board of Trustees have to approve to keep this moving forward, but we look like we're going to achieve our goals, and that Alamo College is not going to put any financing into this. This is going to be 100% development financing from our development partners. They're taking the leadership role in the design, the construction. We are with them. I was in a meeting with them yesterday, and so we're constantly with them to be sure that this meets our standards. And what we're looking for is that at the end of the day, it not only does it pay for itself, that over time it generates additional revenues that we can then use to sell other bonds for other projects or to finance other projects. We see this as the first phase of a multi-phase project, and we're looking forward to, if we can make this work here, that we can use it at our other campuses in San Antonio.
Thank you. I'm Jim Broaddus with Broaddus & Associates. I got my inoculation into higher education in the 1990s by being the Director of Planning and Construction for UT System. At that point in time, the state had the foresight to pass alternate project delivery law that allows all these terms called construction manager at risk, design build, competitive seal proposals that you probably hear in your review of projects. And I think that was a big milestone in the state, but I think the passage of Senate Bill 1048 is another major milestone that will really enhance project delivery, especially for education and higher education. Senate Bill 1048 was really, I think, responding to a need where we have a state that has limited capital to do what needs to be done. I mean, you've heard these presidents talk about all the needs they have, but the lack of capital to do so. At the same time, the reason they have needs is because we're a growing state. We just added 4 congressional districts, more than any other state in the union. So growing need, limited capital kind of points toward P3, and I think we're seeing a national trend for that, but I think it's certainly magnified in Texas. My understanding is there's a lot of private capital that is on the sidelines that's interested in going to work in reasonable, reliable, and investments, and certainly I think higher education in Texas demonstrates that. Public-private partnerships are really something that is a very broad term, and it's easy to say, oh yeah, I did one of those, or I was involved in one of those, good, bad, or indifferent. But really, in a way, we have interfaced with the private. I say we because I've spent most of my time on the public side of the equation. But the public owners have relied on the private sector to do a lot, design, construction, et cetera. However, public-private partnerships really extends that into the areas of finance, operations and maintenance, ownership, not necessarily all of those, but certainly, and as well as traditionally design and construction. So there is no one size fits all. There's no one precise definition of public-private partnerships. One of the things about public-private partnerships, though, is they generally are for the long term rather than for the short term. And what I mean by the short term is a typical design and construction project, is going to last over a period of 2 to 5 years, depending on the size and the contracting and everything. Whereas a public-private partnership is generally over and can be over a longer term, especially if finance and operation and maintenance are involved. So it is a different paradigm. One of the things that is usually the first thing out of anyone's on the public side's mouth is, well, the cost of capital that we can get on the public side is much less expensive or much better as far as interest rates go than it is on the than it is in the private sector. And again, I'm certainly glad we've got a financial officer here that has seen how this works, because it is much more in the evaluation than just looking at the cost of capital. And I might add, there's issues related to the cash flow on these kinds of arrangements. Sometimes you can enter into them with taxable or non-taxable debt. There's a lot of evidence out there that these projects move faster, and I think the A&M experience is definitely one of those, because I saw their projects from the P3 side and also the direct standard procurement side. There's the issue of not including elements of a project that don't really add value and functionality, and I think I've spent a good bit of my career trying to make sure that the projects only include what's really needed in the project, not amenities and other things that are not really adding to the benefit of the overall project. There's also the issue of life cycle costs, which I think is often lost in our standard process that also can and should be considered in a P3 arrangement. But I could go on and on about advantages, disadvantages. One of the things that's very important in any public-private partnership and is the representation of the public owner. the public owner needs to be, and the public institution needs to be as ably and skillfully represented as the private developer is, because while we all love each other and everything like that, you've got to you've got to reach an agreement that is good for both parties, and it's a very long-term agreement typically. So the Senate Bill 1048 actually stresses that that each institution needs to be professionally represented in the process of developing these public-private partnerships. And then there's another key word that I think probably needs to be brought out, and that's this concept that you're going to hear more and more of as these emerge, and that's the concept of value for money. And value for money really is where you look at all the costs of a facility and all of the costs of the facility, and as well as the revenue side, over the life cycle of that facility. And when you are able to do that, you can really reduce that to a net present value and come up with a more quantitative analysis of what you're getting through the public-private partnership, rather than just looking at the near-term cost of capital. So those are some of the things that are very important in the process. Typically, a public-private partnership is the entity, the private entity is represented, you might say, by a private entity, which you could call a developer. Within that development organization, you'll have a design and construction group that does things in a design-build approach. If operations and maintenance of the facility is part of the equation, then you'll have an O&M component to your organization, and then, of course, you'll have the financial investment aspect that will actually be a part of the development organization that will contract with the public entity. The Senate Bill 1048, I'll conclude with a few comments about that, is a very well-written piece of legislation. We had the benefit of a 2002 piece of legislation from the state of Virginia that wrote a statute focused on educational facilities, and that particular statute, and it was focused on that because, a lot of times when people have talked about public-private partnerships, they've thought about big toll roads and transportation projects, which, by the way, have, I think, effectively helped us move around our state better. But this bill is focused more on buildings and educational type buildings. But we brought a lot of those components of the Virginia legislation into the Texas statute, and there's some probably key points that need to be brought up. One of them is it outlines, heretofore there had never been a real process for public-private partnerships entering into one. It was kind of an open landscape. And skillful institutions like the ones you've just heard from have been able to navigate that and figure out a way to do it. However, I think a lot of institutions consider that kind of uncharted territory, and so the legislation laid out a process for RFQs and RFPs for interim and comprehensive agreements and the framework of what needed to be entered into. It also required each institution, each governing board, to adopt a set of guidelines for the implementation of public-private partnerships within their institutional framework. And that's pretty clear in the statute that each Board of Regents for our statewide systems would have to adopt those guidelines. It also requires that each of the requires and in some cases encourages the institutions to be professionally represented in the areas of architecture, engineering, finance areas, and so that they can come to the table with like I said, a good representation on their side. Probably the most unique thing about the statute is it allows for not only a process for solicited proposals, but also unsolicited proposals, which you think about it, a lot of ideas, good ideas, are birthed in the private sector, and so if a private entity has a bright idea, you might say, of how to solve a public problem, they can submit an unsolicited proposal to the institution. There's no obligation on the part of the institution to accept that proposal or even accept it for review. However, if the institution does choose to review it, there's a transparency process that then goes into play where the non-confidential or non-proprietary aspects of the proposal are actually posted for a 45-day period, allowing others the opportunity to come in with a competing proposal. This has always been the difficulty with unsolicited proposals, is that proposers don't want to submit one a lot of times because they feel like that whole proposal might be turned around into an RFP. In this case, what it takes is just the scope of what is being proposed and allows others to propose on it. And that's, I think, a good thing. That's good policy, because it allows transparency. It allows maybe there is a better deal out there that can be proposed as well. So I won't get into all the details about how all that is handled, and part of that's part of the guidelines that each institution will adopt. But it is a significant, I think it's a significant piece of legislation. There's a lot of interest in it right now that we're seeing, and so it's I think a year from now, you're probably going to see a lot more activity, results in progress type ventures that are moving forward on this. So thank you very much for the opportunity to explain that.
Questions?
One question to follow up on, Jim, on your discussion about Senate Bill 1048. You mentioned that the university systems are required to adopt a set of guidelines. What about the independent institutions and the community colleges?
The law states that each governing board will adopt a set of guidelines that would be, for guidelines before they can review or accept unsolicited, any proposals, so they can advertise for proposals or submit unsolicited proposal or receive an unsolicited proposal. So it would be whatever that elected board would be, I would assume, in the community colleges. Now, I will say this is not, the Texas Facilities Commission, which has its own purview over state projects, has drafted and I believe even adopted a set of guidelines by their board for public-private partnerships. So, there's going to be plenty of examples of that ongoing. It's just in the Texas statute, that was delegated to each governing board rather than, some central organization developing those guidelines.
John, you mentioned that the developer you're working with, along with, I guess, Alamo, was working through or had established a public finance corporation.
It's a public facilities corporation. It's a legal entity that's authorized by the legislature. Houston Community College District has used it quite successfully several times. It is a legal entity. It has the capacity to sell bonds. It is not a taxing entity. And what happens in our particular case, our Board of Trustees is also the same Board of Directors. They are a public entity. They hold legal meetings. We'll have posted agendas in accordance with state law. And in this particular case, all of the decisions made for our public-private partnership will be made through that Public Facilities Corporation.
Are those bonds tax exempt?
Yes, sir, they are in this case.
And is that how much of the project that's being developed is being funded through the Public Facilities Corporation bond?
We're starting with 100% of it. We're working with legal counsel on how that works. That, for example, we'll have retail components, and clearly they will not be public sector, so they will be taxable on their part of it. The housing that we're looking at is student housing. We're working with legal counsel on that. But at this point in time, as long as there's students in there, then they'll be in their tax exempt. The parking garage, parts of it may be public and parts of it may have to be private.
And that leads me to the last question. One of the kind of unique or creative things about the approach you all took was that you had some identified needs for the college, but then you kind of left it open to the developer to propose how they would develop that site and what uses they would put on it, which gave them some, I guess, creative latitude on creating revenue streams.
Yes, sir.
How are those revenue streams being divided between Alamo Colleges and the developer to the extent you can share that?
At this point, the current financing looks like after a certain amount of the cost of capital is being paid off, then the additional revenue will be split by us 50-50.
So a true partnership after
Yes, sir.
recovery of capital investment. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can I comment one thing on that?
Sure.
The whole, the more you have mixed use possibilities in this scenario, the more that can help you tilt toward a public-private partnership, and I think that and we've already seen these in pure. I mean, where there's some real revenue generating opportunities, right? Dormitories, parking garages, and things like that, and Dr. Trouth mentioned earlier, wanting to build the engineering building and things using this approach, and that's gonna take more creativity and more analysis to figure out how to do that. But the one thing that I think is an unmined field, if you will, or an unmined resource, is that there are on or around and in our campuses, there are a lot of private mixed-use opportunities that aren't being exploited. And I don't mean that exploited in a negative way. I mean that in a positive way, because you think of the services and things that students need when they're on a campus, and how many times you've been on campuses that are really isolated from a lot of services that you got to get in your car and drive to or walk to or whatever. Great distance, and so I think that this is one of the real potential benefits of this is to see how those mixed uses can be incorporated. And I know I was familiar with the way that Alamo College has put that out to the development community, and they really did leave an open palette for them to configure the facilities and incorporate the uses so that they could maximize that and come up with the best alternative.
I think that is the challenge and the opportunity is to go from just using this in auxiliary facilities to how do we use this for classroom space and academic facilities. There may be some interesting hurdles if you want to put a second location of the Dixie Chicken in that engineering building. There may be some challenges there, I don't know, but it is going to take creative thinking. I'm also, Elton, interested in, is TSTC pursuing other private universities and colleges as a different form of private partner?
Well, of course, Baylor is the big one. We are partnering, of course, with Temple College down in Hutto on the new facility down there, but we're hoping to bring in other partners, whether they will be private, I'm not sure. We just have to see how things come about. Probably that will all be public. So that one in particular right now is the only one that we're pursuing with a private-public partnership. Of course, our partnership in Hutto is, of course, with Temple College, a state college, but I think we will be bringing in other partners to that, but it looks like right now they will be state-supported colleges.
Well, just the multi-institution approach is
That's correct.
Yet another innovative way to pursue building necessary and sharing necessary facilities. Barry, on the building that you built in College Station, or that Skanska was the developer. The A&M System, I guess, is the land lease landlord.
Right.
But Skanska, do they own the vertical space?
They own the vertical space. They have a 40-year lease. At some point, it reverts back to the university, to the Health Science Center.
And as a multi-tenant facility, then they get the landlord calls. Is that correct?
That's right.
They maintain the building.
It's a nice part of the life cycle costs that Jim's talking about. Is they're responsible for those. We get our portion that we need, and we'll obviously be looking at the next building that comes online to see if there's anything else in the next building. But yes, sir, that's right.
So, Barry, that responsibility is defined in the lease arrangement, long-term. The operating costs, management costs, those are defined in the agreement?
We actually provide, since it's on our campus, we provide all the custodial and maintenance for the building, and they simply pay us for that cost in an operating cost agreement. And we actually were able to set the parameters for those operational costs, as well as they had to stay within, I'll borrow Jim's term, the pallets of our campus, and remain and make sure it complements that institution.
So, the bottom line is these are pretty much revenue bonds. If you borrow money, the revenues from whatever your secondary rents or dorm rentals or whatever is what makes the bond payments. So the collateral for the bonds is the building?
Well, with regard to our operating costs, as you may know, we're a fairly young institution, came about in about 2000, so we're fairly dependent on general revenue. So our costs for operating out of those funds came from programmatic dollars, and that's why I'm very sensitive to the model for P3, because that's how we have been able to fund operational cost, and obviously for dorms and for other operational parking, et cetera, they have revenue streams to be able to fund those.
But Skanska, in financing the...
Skanska financed the building and the operations themselves through lease payments. Through lease payments and through private funds, yes.
Might have had to go to a mortgage bank like you.
I think that's a typical, a typical way to collateralize the deal, though, is through the ownership of the building, ground lease on the property, ownership of the building. There's so many different ways to do this, but that's certainly one of them.
Okay. Any other questions? Not? Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, it's good to see you.
Okay. Agenda item 4E is information on the request for applications for educational research centers. This is an information item only.
And the reason I brought this to you, almost 5 years ago, the state had provided up to $3 million and had the coordinating board and TEA select up to 3 educational research centers. At that time, we signed 5-year contracts with each of the 3 centers, one at Texas A&M, one at UT Dallas, and one at UT Austin. That contract will be up end of August, and so we're going out for another bid. This time there are no funds available. So this is a zero-cost RFP or RFA. However, what it does provide to the institutions is it gives them access to coordinating board, TEA, TWC data for research purposes. And so we'll see what we get in.
That will be very interesting.
So I wanted to let y'all make y'all aware of that.
Okay, any questions, comments? If not, we'll move to item 4F, consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to the allocation of formula funding for community colleges for fiscal year 2012. Gary Johnstone, Deputy Assistant Commissioner, Planning and Accountability. is available for questions.
Yeah, basically, this is a new rider that we had where the coordinating board was, not authorized, was told that because we are, well, there's Gary, okay. I'll let him continue on.
He was sitting in the back pew. Yes, one of the changes that was made in the Appropriations Act for the 82nd Legislature was for the coordinating board to make corrections to the formula funding allocations for the community colleges if during our certification of the hours the colleges changed their semester or their contact hours from what we had used, the hours we had used for the legislative appropriation. And so that's what this action is. One of the other changes is that we will recalculate the fiscal year 12 also. That's another change that was made in the Appropriation Act, is that instead of the appropriation being a 2-year or a biennium amount where the community colleges would get the same amount for both fiscal years of the biennium, we will actually create a second base year and recalculate the formula allocations to the community colleges. This is a new process for us, so if there's any questions, try to.
So basically, you're having to re-divvy up the money a little bit.
A little bit, because like I said, we had to submit hours to the legislature so that they could complete their work by the 1st of March, and that was and we did not have, all of the community colleges had not certified their hours by that time.
And if I'm reading this correctly, at the end, with the reallocation, the net is zero, with everything being reallocated the way it is. There's no effect on the total amount of dollars.
No, we were not given the authority to, increase or decrease the appropriation in total.
And the adjustments are very small. The largest one is 1%, correct?
Right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's one. Doesn't look like there's anything that's material.
In the past, there's always been a 2% threshold that if the changes were not more than 2%, we didn't make any changes. But in this last change in the rider of the Appropriation Act, they eliminated the threshold.
Okay. Any further discussion? None. You had a motion to approve. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item 4G1 is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to a request for the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio for a Doctor of Nursing Practice degree. McGregor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that Dr. Chang and Dr. Breslin from UT Health Science Center San Antonio are here if they'd like to come forward, and that way they'll be ready for any questions that you might have. UT Health Science Center San Antonio is proposing a Doctor of Nursing Practice to provide the doctoral level training for nurse educators, for individuals wishing to pursue additional training beyond the master level nursing practice degrees. They will be working to provide 41 to 51 semester credit hours beyond the master's degree, depending upon which track or program they choose to take. And the staff does recommend approval of this based upon the need for additional nursing faculty and for nursing administrators in the profession. Beyond that, I'll leave it up to any questions that you might have, and also to the folks from UT Health Science Center. And I'm sorry, there's one other person. Could you introduce yourself?
I'm Dr. Kennedy, Gemma Kennedy.
Thank you very much.
Members, any questions? Dr. Tesher.
Yeah.
Which one of the three of you was the one I talked to yesterday? Good.
I'm Dr. Breslin.
Yeah, thanks for calling. I've expressed some concerns yesterday about the PhD programs, and clearly when you look into this, there's going to be an evolving and huge shortage of nurses, almost 1 million from what I'm hearing in 10 more years. And a lot of that, everybody continues to point to nursing educators, PhD. There's not enough nursing PhD educators, or if they're out there, they just won't go to work in the jobs that are available. There's unfilled positions. Your institution is only putting out 4 a year, or was it just in 2010 that you had 4 graduates?
It was 2010 we had 4 graduates.
Is that a typical year?
It is a typical year. It's usually been 3 to 4. I think that one of the challenges that we've faced in the nursing profession over the past number of years is that nurses entered into PhD programs when they're in their late 40s. And what we have done in the last 3 years since I've been there is make a concerted effort to move our program to attract individuals from the baccalaureate degree to the PhD immediately. We actually, when I arrived, was educated and discovered that we were the first baccalaureate BS to PhD program in the country. And when I looked back at the history of our program, we have graduated 62 PhDs, but only 5 of them took advantage of the BS to PhD route. So what we've done is we've really had a very focused marketing program, and in the last year, of the 15 students who are currently enrolled in our program, 6 are BS to PhD and 9 are post-MSN. The class that we are now attracting to really increase the out-enrollment is we're really targeting that BS to student who's in their early 20s who will have a lifetime career. What we know in nursing education today is that the average age of a new assistant professor is 51, and we know that they tend to retire at age 62 or so. That's not a long time period, and so what has been of interest to me is I began to look at what's happening within Texas, and I actually pulled out some numbers. And for that, we're looking at licensed Texas RNs residing in the state of Texas and looked at what was the supply, how many nurses who report that they're licensed as RNs and what their highest degree is. In the state of Texas in 2007, we had 1,694, and in 2010, we had 965. So we have had a decline in the number of nurses who report themselves as having PhDs in nursing and or another field. What we have seen nationally as with the rise of the Doctorate of Nursing Practice degree programs, that nurses are now understanding that they have multiple options for doctoral education, and we have increased the production of nurses who are seeking doctoral education both nationally. Since 2003, we've actually had nationally an increase of about 40% of nurses seeking a doctoral degree. We have actually seen an increase in the state of Texas in nurses seeking a doctoral degree with the addition of the Doctor of Nursing Practice degree. I think the tension has been is when we've educated nurses with PhDs, they have always not chosen to become faculty. What they've done is they've chosen to be employed by hospitals or clinical agencies or a wide variety of opportunities. And I think that what we're doing now in response to NIH, they had a report in 2005 that talked about how our profession really needs to differentiate out the highest level of professional practice and have opportunities for clinical education and really respond to the Institute of Medicine's report in which we need to educate individuals about evidence-based practice, patient-centered care, information technology, and quality improvement. And so our profession has embraced those challenges and really have tried to instill those in our educational programs. I think the interesting and exciting piece that we're hoping with this approval is that we will have students who will be prepared to also work closely with those who are PhD nurses who are getting research training hand in hand with those who are getting more clinical training, nursing administration training, to really help build science and really translate it from the bedside, to the basic sciences as well. So I hope that answers your question, Dr. Tesher.
Yeah, and I think you're making the point that your program is specifically targeting the BSN nurse to then go on at an earlier age in their career, so that you got PhDs who are in their 30s.
Correct.
As opposed to waiting until they're in their 50s.
Correct.
And then you get 25 years of experience out of them. So my question, I see that as a tremendous win-win, both for the state and for the individual. By doing that, how do we expand your program? How do we get more doctoral graduates from the BSN in their late 20s, early 30s? And how do we develop more of these PhD educators? Because to me, that's the elephant in the room.
Your question is really, it's really targeted. I mean, it's spot on, and all of us in the profession are doing a variety of things. I know that money matters, and one of the things that we did was to apply through the Department of Education a grant for graduate assistance in areas of national need, and nursing was targeted as one of those. So we have funding for baccalaureate to PhD students, and that's why we've increased to 6 now, and that they are receiving $30,000 a year stipend in order to achieve their education. So they can work part-time, but then also be paid to go to school in order to advance their careers. I think that there are other models in the sciences that really helps us to do it. I also think that we have to impart to our students the joy of being a faculty member. And I think that I have been privileged in my career to be able, what I call, as I say to the students all the time, I touch the future. I touch the future. And I love what I do, and I'm excited about everything that I do every day. And I think that once we impart our own enthusiasm for what it is that we do, and we bring the practice and the research problems alive for our undergraduate students. We recently revised our undergraduate baccalaureate program, and we just received 10 years of accreditation with 0 comments and 0 recommendations, and I'm so proud of our faculty for doing that. And part of what they did is really redesigned our research course at the undergraduate level to deal with quality improvement projects. And so they were actually doing smaller projects and partnerships with some of our community agencies, and I see that that is a spark, and we are recruiting students from our baccalaureate programs to move on. The other thing that we are doing is we are, Dr. Norma Rogers-Martinez is a nationally known Hispanic nurse educator who's on our faculty, and she just recently took 2 of our BSN faculty who are our students who are Hispanic to Boston College. We're building partnerships with, and they've never been to Boston, they've never been to that campus, and so what she's able to do is to work with them to make personal connections and relationships. So my message as I meet with our students is, how can we get you excited to go away and then come back and be faculty members in South Texas? And so we're really trying to grow our own locally, and we have to do it in groups of people. It's very hard to leave. My own experience in Arizona really taught me the value of looking at a cohort approach in funding, for instance, a group of people from Harlingen or UT Pan Am to then come to school and to seek their PhD degree. So I think that once we're really raising the bar for nursing education across the board, and the Institute of Medicine really is challenging us with their report about advancing nursing and advancing the health of the future to increase the number of baccalaureate students or preparation to 80%, and then to double the number of doctoral degrees in our profession. So I believe that all of us collectively are working together in order to do that. This state, I think, has tremendous leadership and is recognized through the nation for its work on partners. It's a program that's Texas Team. I don't know. I know some of those in the coordinating board know that we're really trying to partner to advance to meet the healthcare needs of the people in the state of Texas.
So when we talked yesterday, you had mentioned that in your interview process of the BSN applicant, part of that discussion is advertising there's a career path that would go from BSN on to PhD. Correct. And you're really trying to target and accept those applicants, but you're actually talking about sending them out of state for the actual PhD program?
No, we're doing both. We're just looking to see, there are those that are geographically place-bound, and in fact there was a really good article in Health Affairs this past week that talked about over 52% of our nursing workforce actually goes to high school and stays and works within that environment. And so I think that what we're trying to do is you also want to have some intellectual diversity when we're doing that. So we're having both, trying to meet what the students' needs are. So you really have to look at what's the person's career goals. And as a dean, I really want faculty who are educated in a variety, much like physicians do and other healthcare providers. They're more a little bit mobile, and so we want to be able to have people with varying perspectives that will bring to the table and educate and really help our students.
So if you did have more applicants to that PhD program, what's your capacity? If you're doing 4 a year now, what could you do with your current faculty?
I think probably we could do at least 12 a year.
Okay. Dr. Browns?
I want to make sure that I understand. We're conflating two programs, aren't we?
Yes. His question is right.
You already have a PhD program, but
Correct.
this request is for professional doctorate.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I'm responding to this question.
Right, and you'll figure out where I'm going with this next question. Quickly.
Today.
Okay. Today. I don't know why they like. I thought we had a lovely conversation yesterday. I learned a lot. In contradistinction to what we've already had testimony from others on this, you do not envision the DNP graduates from your institution of becoming a replacement for the PhD, beyond full-time faculty. You think that they're going to go out and practice nursing practice, correct?
Yes.
They're going to be in clinical nursing practice.
Yes, I see that they're going to be in clinical nursing practice in their area of choice, as well as nursing administration, and then in the future in public health. I also see that they will be able to serve as clinical preceptors and as clinical instructors, and in some schools they may choose in their career. What we are finding is that approximately half of nurses who are doctorally prepared will, at some point in their careers, become educators. But there is movement. It's a fluid piece. But this program is really designed to prepare practitioners.
Any other questions?
No, that's a completely different angle that we heard last time this committee met from a different nursing dean.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Let me ask staff. Will this make the 7th or 8th institution in the state of Texas that will be offering DNP?
It will be the 7th public DNP and the 8th statewide.
Am I correct that the state of California only has 7? This will make us the only state, or the state with the most DNP programs?
I'm actually
I can't
looking
answer
at
that
it.
offhand.
I'm looking at it online right now, and I think there's a couple states that have 8 or 9, but this would put us right at the top.
I just want to make sure we're not overdoing this thing.
We have by far the most public. The other states have a lot of them in private institutions.
And one of the points that they would make is the proximity to South Texas, and that the location in San Antonio is the closest to deeper South Texas of any of the programs, and the next closest would be University of Houston, or Houston area DNP programs.
When you're talking about areas in Texas, we have the most underserved areas, basically, probably compared to those other states you're looking at. You have frontline doctoral prepared nurses who are giving frontline medical care to populations who we can't get doctors down there. And even if there are doctors down there, these nurses serve as just great for patients who never see doctors, never go to hospitals. And I was sharing with people earlier that we have a huge need in geriatric care, and this is a perfect professional to go into our nursing homes and take care of the masses of people we have right now that we can't get good doctors to go in and take care of them. So thank you.
Yeah. Your point is well taken. My concern is simply that in the last 90 days we have approved 2, and we don't want to set up a competing situation with the, waste of resources.
Certainly. And I think in terms of building on what their point was with regard to a professional degree versus a research degree, the duplication is not as significant when looking at the professional degree, where the proximity to the area in which they would want to practice is more important than for a research degree, which we would expect would be more national in scope, so proximity is not as important. And so that's just a variation in the way I would look at it.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point I'd like to make. I live in a rural part of East Texas, and I've been practicing optometry for 34 years. And I want to talk to you about a little town called Tenny Hall, Texas. And in that little town, there's a medical facility that's called Project Hope. Project Hope is an indigent care facility that charges based on income. And it's mandated by a nurse practitioner. And without that nurse practitioner there would be no care for hundreds and hundreds of people. It's faith-based sponsored. She works for little or no salary. And we have a tremendous need in my part of the state for additional providers, primary care providers, where they're physicians, PAs, nurse practitioners, you name it. We have a tremendous need. Unfortunately, nurse practitioners seem to be the ones that are filling that void, at least in my part of the state. And without them doing so, there's going to be a lot of people that go with no care. So I don't know exactly how this issue needs to be solved, but I do know that somebody needs to take care of these people. Somebody needs to be there for them. And whoever it is, it doesn't really matter as long as they're well qualified. And quite frankly and quite honestly, if it was my mother or my grandmother that was walking into that clinic, I would want the best trained nurse there that I could provide to make sure that she got the very best care that she could get if it was a member of my family, whether it be a master's or doctoral or whatever degree y'all could provide for. I would want her to have the best training that she possibly could have. Thank you.
McGregor, just as a little bit of a follow-up, how many doctoral, we're talking about 8 programs, how many doctorates are going to be awarded annually in the state of Texas with those 7 or 8 institutions? Ballpark numbers.
I don't have that, but we can certainly get it.
Okay, but I mean, it's not 500. Yeah. It's not 200. It's not.
It's a good question, but I think it's safe to say the last time I looked at data on DNP programs, we're a long way from hitting capacity.
Anywhere close to hitting capacity.
Is that an accurate statement? That we're way short of maxing out on DNP programs?
You got a projection of 72 on year 5 right here in your pro forma.
Correct. I think the data that I have right now from the Higher Ed Coordinating Board, this chart, says that in 2010 we graduated 45 DNPs and 53 PhDs. So we're not.
And as these programs come online, obviously, those will increase.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, personally, I think we need to, as a coordinating board, before, obviously, we're going to make a decision on this program, before we review any more applications for anything in the health professions, I think we need to do a major study on what are our workforce needs going to be in the next 10, 20, and 50 years. I don't think we've got a good handle on that right now, and so I think that if we're going to truly coordinate, we'll have 7 programs online. Those programs, if need be, can be expanded beyond what their pro forma is, but I'm not going to be comfortable continuing to authorize more and more of these programs, whether it's DNP or D whatever. And I really think, Mr. Chairman, that we ought to task staff with studying this issue and developing some kind of a comprehensive plan that's based upon the projections of what our workforce needs really are.
Agreed. Let me respond to that. We actually do those kinds of studies regularly. Yep. And what McGregor was saying, he doesn't have those data right at hand, but we do have the data. And we do know how close we are to projected needs, and we do look into the future 5-10 years. We regularly do studies in high-need fields, nursing, physicians, engineers, and so forth.
So, McGregor, I mean, maybe prior to the board meeting, could we distribute that information to the board?
We have not done a nursing study, so we have not done a projecting the needs for nursing education. So, I mean, that is something that we could do. They're significant studies and involve significant time and resources for staff. And so it would not be by the next board meeting.
Okay.
Well, and also we're tasked by the legislature to study graduate medical education for physicians, and all that dovetails into these advanced degrees for nurse practitioners. And is the legislature going to adequately fund the GME for all of the medical graduates from this state, or are they going to continue to underfund and export medical doctors to do GME somewhere else?
Okay. All right. Well, based on what you're saying, I will talk to the chairman, see when we can schedule it and when the funds are available. Okay? Is there any other discussion? If not, is there a motion concerning item 4G1? Move to approve. Is there a second?
Four members of the committee, but you're one of them.
I'll second then.
At least we can vote on it. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2. Was that an aye?
Aye.
All those opposed?
It's unanimous.
Did you vote too?
It's unanimous.
All right. Unanimous. Next item.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Item 4G2 is consideration of, thank you very much, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Item 4G2 is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to a request from the University of Texas at San Antonio for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in psychology. McGregor.
Thank you very much, and I'll ask Dr. Dorothy Flanagan, the Dean of Graduate Studies from UTSA, and Dr. Furman, the Chair of Psychology, to come up while I'm going on. UTSA is proposing a new PhD in psychology that will be focused on veterans and military social or mental health issues, especially focusing on looking at things like post-traumatic stress disorder and those type of things, which they believe will be dovetailed nicely into a partnership with the Veterans Administration Hospital and the Department of Behavioral Medicine at San Antonio Military Medical Center. And so this kind of confluence of opportunity with the newly established military center there in San Antonio, as well as the recognition of the need for this type of program that will be very unique in its focus, especially in Texas. There is one other program nationally that is similar in focus to this, but in terms of what they are trying to do, it will be very unique to Texas. With regard to the external site consultants came in and did a thorough evaluation. It was a very comprehensive review and provided a lot of good recommendations that the department has followed and acknowledged. And we believe that this is a good program that UT San Antonio can develop and prepare very qualified psychologists to work with returning veterans and military. And we do recommend approval.
May I just make a comment? This is one area, whenever I saw this on the agenda, it was something that made me really happy to be part of this state. And this is an area that, being in the field of medicine, that is greatly underappreciated and underserved. And I applaud you all for going out of your way to notice that need and address it accordingly to make Texas a leader. Really appreciate it.
Would you turn your mic on, please?
You need to turn it on. There we go.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. We appreciate that, and we're very grateful to the representatives from the many government entities that have partnered with us to develop the proposal.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Because of your partnership with DOD, are there DOD funds that will help pay for part of this?
We are in the process of putting those type together. There is nothing guaranteed at the moment, but we are working with a number of the people over at the Health Science Center and at the Wilford Hall, and I believe it's going to be several over at Fort Sam Houston that we'll be working with. So there's nothing currently in place, but we are in the process of putting that type of project together.
Applying for DOD grants is part of your business plan.
Infrastructure grants to help with our early PhD training.
And I didn't read it in here. How many graduates do you expect to have per year when you're fully open?
We would accept about 10 a year. We expect about 8 of them to continue on, and so over the course of the 3-year period, it'll be about 24 thereabouts, 25 or 26.
So just to clarify, I had asked the question a few moments ago about what you see as the intent of this. So would you see this designation as opening you up to enroll graduate students in areas such as developmental psychology, child psychology, industrial and organizational psychology, or would the primary focus be related to the topic you just
Primary
mentioned?
focus would be military health, would be health and military health. To the extent that developmental psychology, social psychology, cognitive psychology, any of the hires we make in the future would be focused towards delivery of health and military health.
So you wouldn't anticipate enrolling students whose main focus was, say, on developmental psychology?
There will be a little bit of that, but that's more some of the older faculty who may have an interest in that. But the primary
we may
focus
need to clarify that prior to the board meeting.
San Antonio sort of has this unique sort of crossroads of a lot of psychologists at the Health Science Center who are working in psychiatry. Alan Peterson, for example, is the leader of the Strong Star Consortium. And we have a number, the Wilford Hall has a large number of the Air Force mental traumatic stress disorder types of issues. Lackland Air Force Base also has, they assess all the new recruits in the Air Force. Fort Sam Houston has all the warrior types of wounded types of programs. And we also have two of the big testing companies who are now interested in assessment of a lot of these mental disorder stress types of effects. Pearson, who we've had a long working relationship with, who used to be Psychor, and then also ETS also has a large research presence there. So the 5 different sort of institutions plus us creates a very unique type of environment that I think will keep it focused more on the military health assessment sort of framework.
And my reason for asking is that there's a real need for this program, and part of the rationale for approving it is because of the importance of all those things you just mentioned. And I just want to clarify that I don't think the intent was to have a much broader based program. If it is, we need to clarify that for the future and the record to make sure students know exactly what's going to be available.
And frankly, I think the funding will keep it focused. This is where the funding is. I mean, in a lot of ways, there is much more funding, I think, available down these types of lines in terms of assessment, and especially the military health. The VA is obviously going to be expanding these types of activities. So I think the funding will keep us focused.
But in terms of the new hires, your focus is going to be on military health.
In fact, our next 2 hires are both military health.
Frankly, I'm asking this question because a question came up in regard to a program approved about 10 years ago recently that this wasn't clarified up front. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
We're on the board.
And I think we are, but we may need to clarify that a bit in terms of the agenda for the January board meeting.
We can make sure the agenda item for the board meeting is very explicit.
Very good.
Well, just a quick question. So when I agree with what you're saying, but how do you lock that in or preclude it from going a different direction? What's the mechanism that prevents that?
We can specify that it will be for military health and health-related issues.
But then that does lock it in to fit this very specific
any additional tracks would need to be approved
Okay.
And it's for the board record, and so you know what you're approving, and it may be that there might be something else we need to add that's a little bit on the fringe that you've mentioned, but we just need to clarify for that for the future, and when many of us are gone.
So you're going to take care of our soldiers.
Yes, we will take care of the soldiers. And
just to clarify,
former
David,
soldiers.
The other institution that was approved 10 years ago, is that going to be on the closure list at the next board meeting?
No, actually, it looks like they're doing quite well in terms of their graduates. But
I guess my question is, and I understand exactly where you're going now with this, are we not as a board able to give additional guidance to already approved programs to say, you know what, we'd really like you to focus in this?
Yes, the board can do that, yes. And I'd like to emphasize Dr. Flanagan and I were at a meeting for about an hour and a half on the very issue of veterans and their mental health, and to emphasize that we know this is an important program.
Is there a second?
One more question.
Discussion?
Because I think it's important for the committee to remember that we, as a board, implemented undergraduate performance criteria, McGregor, for approval of new PhD programs from undergraduate institutions.
Yes, sir, and this is actually the last program that was proposed prior to the undergraduate graduation rate standard being set. And so there should be no further programs that will come through that this would not be considered. UTSA actually does meet 2 of the 3 criteria.
Describe those for the committee's benefit, and then the fact that they've submitted a plan to address the...
I was afraid you were going to ask me to do that.
I warned you.
You did. And I had it up, and then I closed it real quick.
You need a copy?
I've got it.
I'm not looking for detail on the plan, but just a refresher on the criteria.
It's willing to open. I've got it. The 3 measures that we're using as secondary evaluators if an institution does not meet the overall 6-year statewide graduation rate are the awards versus population, and whether or not there is an increase in the number of awards, and whether that increase is larger than the average increase across institutions from year to year. The second item is the total baccalaureates awarded, and whether or not there is an increase year to year in that. So that we are seeing that the institution is doing a better job of getting students through. And the third is whether baccalaureates are awarded to at-risk students, and again, whether there is an increase year to year for those. And so they did meet the last 2, the total baccalaureates awarded and baccalaureates awarded to at-risk students, and have prepared a plan for improving their overall graduation rate across there. And I know Dr. Flanagan was very ready to discuss that if you'd like.
Well, you might just share briefly kind of what the ramp-up targets are, and how long the plan will take to get you at or above statewide parity.
Certainly. We have a plan in place that the development has been led by the provost at UTSA, and in terms of 4-year graduation rates, they are hoping by the 2021 cohort to have raised the 4-year graduation rates from 9.6% to almost 15%, and the 6-year graduation rate from 27.2% to over 60%. They are allocating about $10 million over the next decade to put together several new programs and to expand some existing programs in 4 key areas that we think will target not only our first generation, primarily minority student population, but will also be relevant for a broader base of students.
Thank you.
I think the target was 25% for.
That's 4-year.
Yeah, for the 20.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Not all those in favor of approval? Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 4HI was on the consent calendar. Thank you, Fred. Item 4J is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee for approval of Lamar University's application for the University Funding for Excellence in Specific Programs and Fields Incentive Award. Thank you. Is there a second? There's not
I will go with the staff recommendation of pending.
I'm sorry. The commissioner has recommended approval of this.
Okay.
Well, then I'll second.
Great. McGregor, did you have anything to add?
The only thing I would say is that the legislature has not provided funding for the recognition of these programs. A&M Kingsville actually was the first to present and be recognized for a program of excellence. This is the second one that has come through, and there is not funding currently for it, but it is something that we do want to recognize the outstanding programs at institutions, and so we are recommending approval of this, and the external consultants did recommend approval.
Okay, just a question is, does this mean if there's no money allocated, if there ever is money allocated, are they in line for that money?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4K, L, and M were on the consent calendar. Item 4N1 through 14 are proposed rules. Just a second. 4N1 was on the consent calendar. 4N2 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation of the committee relating to the proposed new Chapter 6 Health, Education, Training, and Research Funds. Subchapter E, Section 6.91 to 6.96 of Board Rules concerning the Texas Emergency and Trauma Care Education Partnership Program. McGregor.
Yes, sir. This is a new law that was passed in the 82nd Legislature. The intent is to increase the number of prepared physicians in trauma and emergency medicine or surgical critical care, as well as trauma-trained nurses. This program is received $4.5 million in funding from the legislature, and we have prepared the rules so that institutions may apply for these funds to be applied toward residencies for the physicians and for increasing the number of graduate nurses at the nursing programs. But it has to be an increase in both of them. So we're not paying for existing programs. We're paying for an increase in the number of spots available for these type of training.
Any questions? Not, is there a motion?
Can I clarify? Yeah, I'll make the motion, but I'd like to clarify something. I move approval.
All right. Discussion.
Yeah, there's a staff response about Brooke Army.
Yes, sir.
But civilians train with that trauma program.
Yes, sir. And one of the things that we looked at was whether or not there was sufficient funding to try and do both state designated programs and federal. And that was one of the issues that we looked at, was whether we would have sufficient funds to do both. So that was one of the factors that we looked at.
So we are allowing them to be part of that?
That we are not at this time.
Because you think there would be insufficient funds?
That was one of the issues that we looked at, and I'll ask my staff to come up and discuss that as well. Stacy Silverman, Dr. Stacy Silverman.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I've got a personal bias. That's where I trained, and we get a tremendous number of former military trained who stay in the state, number one. Number two, all the civilians rotate out there and get that clinical experience, and that is one of the level one trauma centers in that town. So I almost have a bias that we probably ought to include them. But Stacy?
We agree with you. As long as the residents are in Texas and they're not in the military, active military physicians in training, those are the physicians that we wouldn't count because we don't know where they'll go. So once they complete their training. Does that make sense?
So, Stacey,
but if they rotate through that hospital, we're fine with it.
Did I misspeak in terms of the civilians? Can the civilians then at Brooks count?
Sure.
They can be involved.
But the funding will go to the residency programs. Those residency programs that are identified as military residency programs would not be eligible for the funding.
You're actually funding the GME slot.
Absolutely. Well, yes.
Right.
We're providing funding to the residency program in support of an increase to that residency program.
On the civilian side?
Only in surgical, critical care, and ER?
Correct.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? All right, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item 4N3 and 4N4 were on the consent calendar. Agenda item 4N5 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to an amendment to Chapter 21, Student Services, Subchapter B, Section 21.22, and a new Section 21.30 of Board Rules concerning the determination of resident status. Members, you should have received via email yesterday afternoon a copy of the comments that staff received on this agenda item after the printing of materials. These include comments from the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, the University of Texas at Austin, and the University of North Texas System. You also have at your place a condensed summary of these comments with staff responses, which is titled Supplemental Agenda Materials, Agenda Item 4N5. Dan Weaver is going to explain the proposed rules. And at this time, I would also like to ask Luis Figueroa, attorney with the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, to come to the table. As you know, we do not typically take public testimony, but in this case, I'm granting Mr. Figueroa's request to address the committee, which will be limited to 5 minutes. Dan?
I'm going to focus specifically on 21.30. 21.30 establishes certain performance standards for affidavit students, and there's a few different sections that are called out specifically. First, it talks to the institutions retaining a permanent record of affidavit students. The second portion of it is to obligate them to at least annually up through graduation to communicate with affidavit students what their obligations are as a result of the affidavit that they completed. The third section is to refer the students to the appropriate federal agency should they have an opportunity to complete their citizenship requirements as laid out in the affidavit. And then the fourth part is it sets a timeline for implementation of this particular section, which is the current academic year. So as soon as the rules are voted on by the board, they will go into effect, I believe, 30 days after the board approves the rules in January. That's how the rules have been laid out, and I'll be happy to ask questions unless you want to hear from Luis. Mr. Chairman, I'm at your call.
Very good. Mr. Figueroa, would you like to maybe tell us about your concerns or your organization's concerns, and then we can go from there.
Thank you, Chairman Hahn. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission. MALDEF has a long history with House Bill 1403 as a fulfillment of the Supreme Court case of Plyler v. Doe, which allows children that are undocumented to attend public education K through 12. 1403 allows them in-state tuition. What we like to just point out is from a background standpoint of view, the adjustment of an undocumented to become either a non-immigrant or a legal permanent resident is very individualized and complicated. Many students will adjust their status upon marrying a U.S. citizen. Some may be eligible for asylum or a typical or a type of visa, whether it's a T visa or U visas. Some are just subject to waiting lists because of the quotas that our immigration system has in place. But whatever the case, it's very individualized and it's very complicated. There are numerous DREAM students here in the audience that would tell you that as soon as they have the opportunity, they would adjust their status and are looking forward to that day, whether it is through federal legislation such as the DREAM Act or Comprehensive Immigration Reform, or they become eligible over the existing provisions that are in immigration laws. Our two concerns are, one, the contacting of a relevant federal agency. As an attorney, we would never advise a person to go to the Department of Homeland Security or ICE unless an attorney had carefully reviewed their immigration status. We believe that we should add a line in there limiting it to informing them to seek out competent legal counsel in order to ensure that these students do not put themselves in a legally difficult position. We also believe that without that, we may be creating a little bit of a deterrent for parents who may be having concerns about their students reporting to a federal agency such as Department of Homeland Security or ICE without them knowing that it's only upon a certain condition is made. That concern, without having attorney representation or without having attorney consultation, I think could be confusing to parents and students alike. Our second and our more minor concern is the holding on to the documents indefinitely. We suggested holding on to the documents consistent with other financial aid and admission documents. We didn't think it was necessary to hold on to the affidavit of intent for an indefinite period of time that could be, well over 50 years or well over 100 years. So those were two solutions that we had to limit the rule, and so we made some suggestions in our comment. We believe that we should maybe perhaps limit the notice for when major legislation is passed, such as the DREAM Act, or perhaps limiting it in a way to suggest, as I mentioned before, advising them to seek legal counsel. And also perhaps work with the American Immigration Lawyers Association. There are some areas of the state where immigration lawyers are not very common and difficult to find, but the American Immigration Lawyers Association is an organization that would be very helpful in seeking out competent legal attorneys to assist these students and institutions that may have questions about when a student could or could not adjust their status. Lastly, as I mentioned, limiting the document retention to a time that is consistent with other admission and financial aid documents, we think would be consistent with the intent of the law and consistent with the purpose of the affidavit of intent. Again, thank you for this opportunity. We are happy to provide this testimony, and as I mentioned, we had DREAM students, and Professor Barbara Hines with the UT Immigration Clinic also wanted to address the committee at some point, or may provide comments talking about her experience in adjusting of students, and so she asked me to just state that she is a resource available to any of you all if you have any questions about how the process works for students to adjust their status. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Paredes, you've had some discussion of this. What are your thoughts?
Well, I've had numerous conversations with our General Counsel, Bill Franz, and we understand and appreciate the intent of what MALDEF is proposing, but I think it's redundant. The legislation makes it very clear that students who benefit from this statute 1403 are supposed to pursue legal status of one type or another as soon as that pathway is available to them. So that the language that MALDEF is proposing to add seems to me to simply say that over again. In addition, when we refer to the appropriate federal agency, we're talking about the appropriate federal agency that would be identified in any federal legislation that would create a legal pathway for these students. So that, once again, it seems to me that the concern that Luis just expressed about going to the wrong agency is, once again, not to me a genuine issue. I think that the proposed language deals exactly with the issues that we all want to see addressed. The legislation requires that students pursue a pathway as soon as it's available to them. I completely agree. I doubt that students would need, or students that have benefited from 1403 would need much prodding. They will pursue that pathway aggressively on their own. So I appreciate the intent, but I just don't see where our proposed language doesn't address those issues.
Yeah, if I may make a comment, if anything, I think the proposed language right now leaves it open to where there is that flexibility for if there is federal regulation that is passed in the future with some organization that's down the line. This leaves it open to say any federal body. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? And the larger issue, I am very uncomfortable asking institutions of higher education to counsel students to seek legal advice. I just think that is outside the purview of institutions of higher education. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's been about 10 years since I've gone through the process myself of becoming a naturalized citizen, and started 20 years ago. And I think that the rules might have changed between the interim, but I think that the obligation that students willingly take on, knowing that they've been afforded the opportunities through it, I think that this is just a step in the process. Like you said, this is part of what they signed on to do. So when it becomes available, I think that this is just a part of the step that they realized that they were going to go through. And I don't think that there's anything that's written the way it is right now that makes it more difficult or more stringent on students to be able to accomplish those goals.
And in the supplemental materials, you've seen comments from a couple of institutions that are balking at the cost of maintaining records into perpetuity, but in fact, they maintain transcripts and so forth. I don't think that the cost is unreasonable. I think we could modify it to say that they would only maintain the records as long as there is not a pathway to legalization, but as soon as there is, that the records would be eliminated.
And I think that there's another idea that I thought about as well as regards into the institution being responsible for making sure that these students are tracked. Almost every institution requires that their students meet with an advisor in an undergraduate setting at least once a year. I don't understand why there couldn't be a network or a communication between the database that's already there to have those advisors flagged just to check on the status when they're meeting with these students to say, where are you in the process? How far along are you? Do you realize this is something that you signed on to be able to do as an obligation, which would cost no extra funding in personnel or time because they're already going through that step anyways.
Good idea. Well, and I guess technically, unless there's a change in federal law, there's really nothing for the student to do.
Well, actually, what I was mentioning before is that some students have a pathway. So some of them may be able to, when they get married, or may be available for asylum, or available for a T or a U visa. Those are the rare examples. Sure, they're not the common examples. For the most part, many of these students don't have a pathway. I guess, and that's why we believe it's very individualized. Every student has a different pathway, and some don't, and some do. And that's why we just felt it was very important to get that legal counsel. Not to say that the institution should be providing legal advice, or that the institution should be telling that you are eligible or not eligible, but just that the institution just say, why don't you check with an attorney at some point to see whether you have a pathway, and could refer them to the Texas Bar, or to a website that says, or to the American Immigration Lawyers Association, and provide them some information that AILA provides, that is the most renowned national organization that represents the Immigration Lawyers Association nationwide. So I guess our just general concern is that a student may go to the correct agency, they may go to the Department of Homeland Security and go to CIS, and in a different administration, that CIS department may refer them to ICE. It's the same agency. It's both under the Department of Homeland Security, and they put themselves in a legal risk by going to that agency without legal representation. And that, to us, is potentially a dangerous precedent to put the student in, and asking them to know when and when not to go to that agency without any type of legal counsel.
But Lisa, what concerns me about what you've just said is that you essentially have broadened the scope of what we're concerned about.
Okay.
We're concerned specifically about the pathway related to their 1403 status. You're talking about things that go well beyond 1403. Our responsibility is to make sure that we comply with the provisions of 1403, and that is a pathway that's directly connected to their status as undocumented students who are paying in-state tuition. As I understand the statute, it requires students to immediately pursue a legal pathway when it's available to them as a result of their benefit as a 1403 student. So for us to look at other issues, for example, their status changing as a result of marriage or some other factor in their lives, is really outside our scope of responsibility.
So just to understand, and you may be correct, is that you're saying that they only have to adjust their status when it's related to their education, so when it's related to something like the DREAM Act.
No, I'm saying that our responsibility in connection with this statute is only related to their status as 1403 students.
So there were, I'm going to get a little bit off that subject, and I'll come back to that, but there were some comments in here about keeping it in an electronic format. We don't have an issue with that.
No,
they can have it any format they want. Okay. So that's just some wordsmithing that we can do with that document, correct?
Actually, that wordsmithing was done yesterday to address the concerns that were raised by both the University of North Texas as well as the University of Texas system.
So is that the grayscale back here?
That is.
Okay.
You should know
so if we're going to, if staff is recommending we adopt what's in the back here.
Correct. That is the recommendation.
Yeah. Luis, let me ask you a question, because I'm somewhat confused. You keep talking about people not having a pathway, yet in order to gain in-state tuition status, they signed an affidavit saying they were going to pursue permanent residence. So the only way they wouldn't have a pathway is if they falsely signed an affidavit.
No, the affidavit is when the pathway becomes available to them.
Right.
So as soon as a pathway becomes available, they have promised or made a pledge to adjust their status. That pathway doesn't exist for some students right now, and so that's what that's about.
I don't think the students, by signing the affidavit, were not indicating they had a pathway.
Okay.
It was whenever one becomes available, they would pursue it.
Okay.
And if I may address the notion of reference to legal counsel, whether it's ALIF, which is a great bar, it's the immigration bar, or the Texas bar, I would think that, and we gave serious consideration to that among staff in-house, had lengthy discussions, discussed it with the commissioner. The theory was that MALDEF or other groups, immigration groups in particular, who do engage in providing advice to students, as well as others, would be available and probably proactive as they are today in being available to provide that advice. And so we didn't see a need to impose an additional burden on institutions of higher education.
Well, I tend to agree with the Commissioner that is not something that we need to be getting involved in, nor should the institutions get involved. There's a state statute that allows in-state tuition with some requirements that go along with that, and that's it.
We've enforced requirements of the statute pertaining to this particular educational issue.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. Move approval.
Second. And that's based on the supplementary information. Is there that was a second?
Yes.
Is there any other discussion? Not. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
For your time.
Agenda items 4N6 through 4N13 were on the consent calendar. Item 4N14 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to proposed new Chapter 22 grant and scholarship program, Subchapter 5, Sections 22.570 to 22.5.77 of Board Rules concerning the Texas Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics Challenge Scholarship Program. McGregor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is as a result of HB 2910 of the 82nd Legislature. This program is designed to try and increase the number of STEM-prepared students that are coming out of our community colleges. And the intent is to have a partnership with local industry to develop work-study type jobs or internships that will be funded by local industry, and also to provide financial support, financial aid to those students who are participating in this T-STEM program and the internships. The funding right now was based upon getting matching funds to match with $25 million that was put forward by the Texas Guaranteed Loan Corporation. TG has put up the $25 million, and there was an intent to raise additional private dollars to match at the front end. And the point we're at now is that the institutions, the community colleges, in order to be eligible for the dollars from TG, may have to match that from their own local resources. So what we're working at now is just putting in place the overall rules governing how the program will be operated through the coordinating board, and basically we will be putting out an RFP, and there's another item later on in the agenda authorizing us to do the RFP, which will enable the institutions that are eligible that have 50 STEM students, and there are approximately 32 campuses that, or about 40% of the community college campuses that are eligible for the program under the requirements as designated in statute. And so from that perspective, we are just building the foundation for the program, and then we're going to put out the RFP, and we'll evaluate the applications and the matching dollars that come in from community colleges or from private industry to make this program viable.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4O was on the consent calendar. Item 4P is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to issuance of a request for applications and awarding of grants for the Texas Emergency and Trauma Care Education Partnership Program. McGregor.
And this is the follow-up RFP for the rules that we passed just a few minutes ago. $4.5 million spread over 2 years that will be to increase the number of trauma-trained doctors and nurses in the state. And so it will be for an increase. Applications will come in and we'll review them for allocation of the resources. And we do recommend approval.
Questions? Your second?
Second.
No further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4Q is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to issuance of a request for application and awarding of grants for the Texas Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, the T-STEM Challenge Scholarship Program. McGregor.
And again, this is the follow-on to the rule two seconds ago, where we're just putting together the RFA to be sent out to the community colleges for their participation in this program based upon their eligibility.
Is there a motion for approval? Second? No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item 4R is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to the dual credit report. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the supplementary agenda item for the dual credit report. This is a report that was requested in writer and we are putting this together to the LBB, and it has to be delivered by March of 2012. So we're actually a little ahead of time on this one, and we'll get it through the board then for approval in January. But it is a report that basically outlines some of the research that has been done already in the state and lays out a foundation for how we can do an evaluation of the outcomes for dual credit in the future, which is going to be the really critical piece.
Just very quickly, this is a really critical issue in education, not just for higher education, but for the entire educational pipeline. And there have been a lot of questions raised about dual credit over the years. I just wanted to say that I think this is one of the best reports that I've read that's been produced by the coordinating board staff since I've been here. And I know that Julie Eklund and James Goldman were particularly responsible for working on this report. It was very well done, and we're going to...
Well, let's give them a hand then.
Yes. And we're going to move aggressively on following up on some of the recommendations.
Very good.
I move for the adoption of those. Second.
If no further discussion, all those in favor of approving item 4R, say aye, please. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item 4S and T were on the consent calendar. Item 4U is a report on issuance of a request for proposals to hire a consultant to develop a blueprint to establish a state system administration for public community colleges. McGregor.
Thank you very much. This is strictly to give you a piece of information. We had initially been concerned that we might have to come to you for authorization to do an RFP because of the amount of money that was involved. We did not need to do that. This was a request that was made through Ryder that we will be pursuing an RFP for approximately $25,000 that we will be going out to national consultants to try and evaluate ways in which the state could provide a centralized community college system office similar to what might be in California or Florida, where there's one centralized oversight or governing body for all the community colleges in the state. And so this was something that was directed that we have been working with the Legislative Budget Board and the Governor's Office to develop the criteria by which we're going to issue the RFP. We just received that information on Friday, and so we are putting together the RFP, and it will be going through the administration here, and we hope to have it published by the end of this week or the beginning of next week.
So at this point, you don't need the committee's approval?
No, sir, because the amount was small enough.
Very good. We'll move to agenda item 4V1 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to a request from Transnational Association of Christian Colleges and Schools to become recognized as an accrediting agency in Texas. McGregor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. TRAX is one of the national accreditors that is coming forward to ask for recognition by the coordinating board so that they may seek additional schools in Texas for accreditation purposes. Currently, TRAX only accredits one institution, Paul Quinn College, that had some issues with SACs, and there are 9 additional schools that may be interested in pursuing candidacy with TRAX from Texas. Right now, TRAX is undergoing, they're on a probationary status with the Department of Education because of a change in the way that the Department of Education has evaluated accreditors, and it is not I guess the best way to describe it is they were in error of action rather than omission, so they did not provide a necessary detail to the Department of Education, and that is why they're on probation. It's not that they violated something, it's that they didn't provide sufficient information on it. 'They feel like that they will be able to meet the standards necessary to achieve accreditation, and so they will be able to move forward with the application. So to get off the probationary status with the Department of Education, and they would like to go ahead and move forward with this. The Certification Advisory Committee considered this and had a very lengthy discussion with regard to this issue with the outstanding question with Department of Education, and voted 3-2 to support them going ahead and being recognized, basically because they will have this resolved a year from now once the Department of Education reviews the status. And so the credit Certification Advisory Committee felt like overall they would be able to get off of the status and be able to be fully in compliance with the Department of Education. And so we did recommend approval for tracks, and the next item is actually very similar in nature.
Questions? Yes.
Yes. What is the nature of this organization being involved with a religious affiliated organization, Christian colleges? How is that something that we have purview over? I thought we were only public institutions.
No, we actually, under Chapter 7 of board rules, we are responsible for the oversight of non-public institutions of higher education, including for-profit and nonprofit institutions. Okay. And so under that, we are not responsible for institutions that are strictly religious in nature and only offer religious courses or religious degrees. So those institutions are exempt from our oversight. But if it is a religious organization offering degrees beyond strictly religious degrees, then we do have oversight along with Workforce Commission.
So that could be a Baylor or an SMU?
It could, yes, sir.
Okay, so I understand that. Now, you had a 3-2 vote in your committee, so obviously there was some difference of opinions. Why would we go ahead and approve that if they're still not Department of Education approved? Why wouldn't we approve it conditional upon them being reinstated?
And actually, because of the way our rules are set up, if they were to lose Department of Education recognition, they would automatically lose recognition by the coordinating board. We would not have to take any further action. And that was really the deciding point in the committee. Some felt like there needed to be that mandatory point in the actual approval, that it was a contingency approval, and others felt like it was unnecessary because it was in the rule. In Chapter 7, it is very explicit that an institution or an accrediting agency loses their recognition by the coordinating board immediately upon loss of recognition by the Department of Education.
But their current status would not cause them to lose that, only if they don't repair the status.
That's exactly right.
So the question is, would we have an organization that's not certified at that? Why would we want them out there attracting other colleges while they're still in this probationary period?
Because they are still recognized by the Department of Education, and so they are not in violation of. Right now, they have the same status as any other accreditor in terms of being able to go in and review institutions, and it's only if they fail to meet the standards by December of next year that there would be an issue. During this year-long period, there are going to be very limited impact on institutions in the state. If they fail to make the standard by next December, our revocation of recognition of them is going to have very small impact on institutions in Texas because they will not have attained full accreditation from tracks during that time period.
So if we approve this without preconditions, they could come into the state and certify new institutions during this next year?
Their candidacy status will last for much longer than a year period. And so from that perspective, they will not be granting accreditation to any institutions in the short term. It's at least my understanding.
Let me add a little.
What's the rush here?
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me add a little additional context, and I think your question still pertains. But if you look at the list of the other accrediting bodies, that's all. I guess that was too far away. If you look at the list of other accrediting bodies which have some similar questions, it's not they're there are several accrediting bodies that are better known that have some similar issues. So typically through the accreditation process, there typically are some issues that come up that have to be addressed. Now, as I understand it in this case, and tell me if I'm misspeaking, McGregor, is that these are some things where it's not as though the required processes are not in place, but they didn't demonstrate through materials how they were actually enacting them. So so from what I understand from staff, they have followed up to, and it's anticipated, the Commissioner asked that question, is it likely, are they on the route to actually wiping these off the list of concerns by the dates indicated in your agenda materials? And at least the best information we have at this point is, yes, they are. But they are currently recognized as accrediting bodies. This isn't the first time they've been accredited. And I believe that one of the others is actually one that accredits law schools. It's on the list at the U.S. Department of Ed in terms of having some issues right now. The ABA is currently under question at this point. So I think we
I tell you what, we have a representative from TRACS here. If you gentlemen would introduce yourselves.
I'm Dr. Paul Boatner, and I'm the president of TRACS, and Tom Diggs has worked with us on our Texas submittal. Let me just say this. We are approved by the U.S. Department of Education. I'll let Dr. Diggs explain exactly what happened with the change in the NSICI. But basically what changed is that up through 2009, the U.S. Department of Education required accreditors to indicate that they had both the policies and the standards to meet the Department of Education regulations. What changed in 2010 was that they then required that all accreditors had to document that they were actually carrying out those policies and procedures. We found out about that in September of 2010 and had our report to do in 2011, January of 2011. So the point from where we found out that this change went on and that they actually informed creditors until the time that we had to turn our report in, we couldn't possibly gather all the information to document that we were in compliance with everything. In spite of that, we had we actually provided documentation to every regulation except for 11 situations, and those are places where there was not sufficient time in the period of time that we were dealing with to gather documentation that we were actually carrying it out. The letter that we received from the U.S. Secretary of Education indicates that we are recertified for this one-year period of time in which we have to respond with the documentation on the remaining items. There were 21 items. We actually had 4 of those completed at the time that we appeared, but they had to do with the fact that we had some openings on our board that would not be seated until July 1, and we were appearing the first part of June, so it really brought it down to 17. American Bar Association received the same letter. 3 organizations that are approved in the state of Texas received the same letter. I counted down here, there are 34 organizations that either have appeared before NSICI or they will be appearing this week before NSICI.
And NSICI, I'm sorry, I just interrupted.
Excuse me, that's the committee that reviews the accreditors for compliance with the federal regulations. So of the 34, there have only been 3 that have had no non-compliances.
So really what you're saying is that it's not unusual for you or any other accreditor to be in a similar circumstance?
31 of the 34 of people.
Correct. Okay.
Yes, 31 of the 34 agencies that have either appeared or are appearing before NSICI are getting the same letter, including the American Bar Association.
You can quit talking.
Etc.
Thank you.
Second.
I still have a question of a staff.
Open for discussion.
Were all these information shared with the advisory council?
Yes.
And you still had 2 dissenters?
Yes, sir, and it was more, I don't want to speak for the dissenters. I believe it was more focused on the withdrawal of the recognition and whether that needed to be in the motion that was made to approve at the Certification Advisory Committee. But yes, it was still 3-2.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Those
opposed, same sign.
Opposed.
All right, motion carries.
You guys have a nasty case of Nisiki, it sounds like.
Yeah.
You got to see a doctor.
Yeah, you need to get those Texas A&M health science guys or something.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Agenda item 4V2 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to a request from the Accrediting Commission for Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine to become recognized as an accrediting agency in Texas. McGregor.
Thank you, sir. This is another national accreditor that is seeking recognition from the coordinating board. They currently accredit 3 institutions in Texas, and they are in a similar position and had an identical vote at the Certification Advisory Committee of 3-2. They also received one of the letters. They are also seeking to come back into compliance with the Department of Education, but they also are not out of line with what other accreditors faced in the last round of reviews by Nisiki.
Yes, sir.
So I guess my question is, because they're not an automatic drop because they haven't lost their accreditation, how does that bubble up for us to review it if they're already certifying people in the state and they're really not an automatic drop? Why are we even debating or discussing it until they lose their accreditation?
The reason I wanted to make sure you were aware of the outstanding issue with the Department of Education, so it wasn't a surprise.
So, do we have a staff or board rule or a policy and practice that we're going to get to review all these every time the DOE or Nisiki kicks them in the shins?
Absolutely. The institute, the accreditors are actually required to notify us at any point in time there is a change in their recognition by Department of Education.
Okay.
And we also review any actions by the Department of Education as it relates to accreditors.
So I guess in the broad scheme of big deals, this is a big deal, but it's not a really big deal until they lose their accreditation?
It's not a big deal until they lose their accreditation.
Okay, move approval.
Your second?
Second.
Bill, did you have something to add? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign.
Opposed.
Very good. Agenda item 4W is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to a request from the American University of the Caribbean for a certificate of authority to offer courses leading to a medical degree in Texas. McGregor.
Thank you very much. This is actually a situation where the medical school is located in the Caribbean for the first 2 years, and they then bring their 3rd and 4th year students into the United States for their clinical rotation, if I'm saying that right, for their clinical rotations in hospitals in Texas. The hospitals that they would be bringing them into would be recognized teaching hospitals or have teaching programs appropriate for this and would be subject to the LCME. And so what we're looking at doing is providing approval of them as an entity, as a medical school, strictly to offer those courses for the 3rd and 4th year here in Texas. The American University of the Caribbean used to be a standalone private institution operating out of the Caribbean. It has recently been purchased by DeVry, and so is now a division of DeVry Educational Corporation. As such, it does change the level of oversight that they have, and we believe that it's a very positive step for them and will provide greater strength to the program in the long term. It has been a very successful program, and they have been operating, and I'm trying to think, I can't remember when they started, but since 1978 it was started, and then they relocated in 1995. So it has been in operation and has been graduating students, and they do have a successful placement and completion rate for their students.
Okay, they go to the first 2 years in the Caribbean.
Yes, sir.
And then they come back for their
third and fourth year rotation.
Through the American University of the Caribbean?
Correct.
Yeah. This is a common practice for many medical schools in the Caribbean. What they do is they house their students for the first 2 years in their campus on-site, overseas, or wherever it might be. Third and fourth year medical students come back and they have a home center. This is a model that was mimicked up in New York, where actually the schools paid a substantial amount of money to have complete rights at a hospital in New York, to where their students were the only ones that were allowed to rotate there. And that's my only fear, is that we're at a time right now in clinical education medicine where our preceptorship sites don't match up or don't meet the needs of the amount of students that we're producing in this state in our public and private medical schools, along with our graduate medical education. If what's to prohibit the American University of the Caribbean to going into a hospital system that Texas A&M or UTMB or TCOM is already involved in, and paying them X amount of dollars and saying only our students can rotate here, and then that leaves state-funded institutions without a place to place their third and fourth year medical students.
I don't guess there's anything that would prohibit that.
And that's my fear, because this has been a model that has taken place, and it did have effects for the medical schools in that region.
And that's not something we looked at. We looked at this in terms of the viability of the school, and the site review was actually conducted by two very preeminent physicians who conducted the site review from not only for us, but went down to the Caribbean and evaluated the program there. So from our perspective, that's what...
In the future, I want to let you know that I'm available.
Mr. Chairman, there were many of my staff who were upset when I told them that none of us were going to go with them. So you'll have to forgive me. If you'd like to pay your own way, we'll be glad to have you go next time.
So this says it's going to be a medical degree given in the state of Texas. So what is the Texas Medical Board's position on this? Do they recognize this as equivalent to our UT and A&M and Texas Tech system?
My understanding is that it's going to be, the degree will come out of the Caribbean, but because of the rotations are here in the United States, those rotations will have to be accredited, yes. So in other words, they'll have to be accepted by the LCME.
So we're accrediting them doing third year and fourth year preceptorships.
Correct.
In this state, but this is not the only state they're going to go to.
No, they're actually already in other states.
Right. So this would allow them to spend some of that third and fourth year here.
Correct.
Okay.
And aren't there some veterinary programs like this also?
I haven't been to one anyway.
Yeah, this is, to be honest with you, the practice of osteopathic medicine is based on this foundation, where in the first and second years you do your clinical rotations into school. In your third and fourth years, many osteopathic schools send their kids across the nation. I mean, I've spent the last 3 months away from Fort Worth. But the issue is that whenever we're pressed right now in the state of Texas to find rotation spots, I know from our own school standard, with the increasing enrollment coming to where we are, it's harder and harder to find the amount of preceptors that can accommodate a class of 250. So the concern is always there's limited teaching spots, there's limited teaching faculty, and if you bring in another educational program, and the schools in the Caribbean tend to be larger than the medical schools that we have in the United States, because they operate on a different cycle system. They take enrollment like 2 to 3 times a year, as opposed to 1 time a year in the U.S.
Yeah.
So the amount of students that they're generating is about 220 each cycle. So that's 3 times what a large medical school in Texas would generate in their third year. So that's the only prohibiting factor I see is, are we draining out?
Except we already have a shortage of doctors.
We did.
Well, but this isn't going to help our shortage now. Recall, I have some real similar concerns here, because you have a finite amount of clinical material here in the state, and I certainly would want our medical students, the MS3s, 4s, the DO3s and 4s, to be able to do their clinical rotations here in the state. I would almost wonder if we wouldn't be better off asking the medical board their opinion and our medical school deans their opinion on the availability of those clinical rotations before we finally pass blessing on this. Mr. Chairman?
It's a question of are we going to limit the private sector opportunities for in favor of?
Well, it's really the IMG. These people are going to be international medical graduates. Their degree is offshore.
Right.
So the first question I have is, how is that school recognized with our medical board? If they're,
It doesn't have to be until they're taking the exams, do they?
No, there's reciprocity. Some of the offshore schools are recognized as equivalent, and some are not. That's been a big issue over at the medical board. So if they're not recognized,
may not.
Generally speaking, David, those Caribbean students are very competitive. So yeah, I think when they take the exams here, local boards or whatever, I don't think that would be an issue. My concern is what Amir was.
No, I think most of our IMG folks are, but I don't know that this is one of those that is recognized by the Texas Medical Board.
And I'm going to defer to Dr. Silverman.
This is one of those that is recognized by the medical board, and actually the medical board reviews physician applications on an individual basis rather than a school basis.
Right.
So we'll have some schools that, for example, are on our list of fraudulent or substandard schools, and we'll have the medical board can authorize a license for some of those.
Right.
It's kind of a little confusing that way. With regard to the proposal that's in front of you, currently no hospitals or teaching facilities have been identified at this point. So we would ask for the institution to come back and let us know where are you going to train these physicians. So I think that point is valid, and we recognize that going in. But within the scope of our rules, this is coming forward to us, and that's why it's before you today. So,
is there anything that this institution is not in compliance in?
No, sir.
So they meet all the requirements?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the folks that did the review are LCME review. One was the chair of LCME,
right,
which is the
former head of the LCME,
right,
former chair,
the licensing body for medical schools.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's a distinct difference. Licensing, I think that is the ability for somebody to be sustained from an infrastructure standpoint is always a pertinent point to take into consideration because, yes, there are certain standards that have to be met. That doesn't take into consideration the economic effects of having 7 state public medical schools and where those students will end up in the long run. That is the other point that I want to make sure that I stress, and I think I beat the horse pretty hard with it. But we have an obligation in this state that we have such a vast amount of state public medical schools that I go to one of them, and so it's a great opportunity for our citizens in the state of Texas. I just don't want that opportunity to be lost because we're affording an international school to be able to come in.
But a lot of these students that are coming back in are going to be Texas students who went out of
that's
state.
the question I've got. Do we have any indication of that as to what's the percentage or probability that those are going to stay in this state to fill the need that we've talked about, a shortage of doctors?
And that's the part, because that's whenever you're an international medical graduate, you have to apply to the same residency programs. There's no guarantee that they would apply to a Texas residency program.
Let me suggest that whatever you decide in regard to this institution, that this is a subject we need to pursue, because it has a bearing. I mean, you mentioned the number of medical schools we have in the state. I have heard in the past that there are issues in terms of places for them to actually continue their education in this state. It has been something staff has discussed to some extent. So regardless, I think, of what you decide on this institution, we should pursue these questions and talk with the institutions in the state about that and other relevant officials to see if there's some proposed policy that the board should address, or if there's something that needs to even be addressed legislatively in terms of creation of new opportunities.
Commissioner, do you have?
Yeah, I was going to say in response to Amir, I fully appreciate your point, but then the question arises, is our first obligation to the public institutions of Texas, or is it to provide opportunities for the largest number of eligible medical students that presumably would increase the richness of the pool, and that might mean that our greatest priority is to provide the people of Texas with the best possible pool of medical students. So and we've heard that some of these medical schools are good. We've heard that the students are evaluated on an individual basis. So presumably, the quality I would argue that the quality control is more important than protecting public institutions.
Well, let me suggest that part of what I was trying to address is more than protecting public institutions, but to make sure we reap the total investment of educating those students. In addition to these, I mean, I think ideally we would like to have the advantage of these students in the state, but also making sure that we provide the opportunity for as many of our own students to have those opportunities in Texas, knowing that the longer they stay in the state, the more likely they are to remain in the state.
Right, but then there is one point.
Hold on a second.
I think to what Bobby asked and what Commissioner said, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I would almost bet that most of these students come here on the government scholarship from Caribbean. And they have some clauses in their contract where they have to go back. So we got to be, keep that in mind as we decide this.
The
Caribbean government is paying for they're footing the bill. They're the one that come and make these arrangements with the different institutions or hospitals or whatever. And part of the deal with the students are that once they complete their education in this country, they have to go back.
Yeah, and I think that there's another level that needs to be addressed is that in order to be able to sit for your state board, you have to pass your Step 3 exam, which is after your first year of internship. So that's not even done until you step into residency. Right. So there's no matter how many physicians we're training in the state of Texas, there's no guarantee that all of those. Actually, this year we will not have enough GME spots for everyone that's coming out of Texas medical schools. So if every graduate wanted to stay in the state and get a state license, they couldn't. And so that's another thing to think about. But
regardless of whether we approve this or
absolutely.
not, that's going to be a factor. If these students go somewhere else for their third and fourth year, they may still want to come back here for a residency program, so we're not decreasing it by not approving this.
So before DeVry bought them, they were not accredited here in this state?
No. Okay. They've never been accredited here.
So that's been a decision since the purchase by DeVry?
They actually had started the process before DeVry purchased them.
Okay.
DeVry purchased them in September, I believe, and made the change to their application subsequent to that.
So did I misunderstand? If we approve this, they would then be able to go try to find teaching hospital or teaching spots, but would still have to come back to us to have it approved?
No. They would not.
But they would most likely tell us where they're going to go.
We can ask them to provide us with the information of where their residencies, where their clinicals are going to be.
Okay.
Again, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. Is there anything in their application that they do not meet the requirements?
Not a single one.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
They would not be the first?
They would be the first medical school that we've recognized with a certificate of authority.
Okay. Is there a motion on item 4W? Guess we're not considering it. There's not a motion, so we'll move to the next item. Agenda item 4X is discussion of the current formula funding methodologies.
I'm going to run through this very quickly. This is basically to give you some background information for the meeting in March and April, where you'll be voting on the formula recommendations that will go to the legislature. I'm going to go over what the current process is. Appropriations, as you are all probably familiar, go directly to the institutions. The legislature gets input from coordinating board, trustees, and the regents. Then the Texas legislature makes the final decision, and the funds go to the institutions.
Susan, is your microphone on?
Yes. Let me move it a little closer here. Okay, there's a few similarities. It's very important to remember, and you'll probably hear me say this a whole lot. The formulas are an allocation. They do not have anything to do with the budget of an institution. They equitably allocate the funding for each institution. Not a budgeting tool. They have the freedom to spend the money any way they want, except for a few items. That's debt service. If they have special item funding for debt service, they have to spend that money on the debt service. And they also have benefits, that they have to spend the money on those benefits. All of them actually also include enrollment as one of the major drivers. So it's either semester credit hours, full-time equivalent students, or contact hours for the community colleges. And also, not all the appropriations are through the formulas. They get funding through other sources. And this is a slide that provides general revenue is the formulas. They get special items. They get, you heard a couple of the institutions talk about HEAF funds. Those are the higher ed allocation funds that for institutions that are not UT and A&M or Prairie View, who get PUF funds, the state provides HEAF funds. They get research development funds. You also have, that's right, you also have local funds. You have statutory tuition that is actually appropriated for the universities and the health-related institutions. Some of those fees. Then for the community colleges, tuition and fees are not appropriated. So that's another difference we have. Go ahead. Like I said, local taxes and tuition and fees for the community colleges are not appropriated. Designated tuition, that's that board authorized tuitions for the universities. Graduate tuition, indirect cost recovery for research are not appropriated. Next. This is just kind of a timeline. We'll start talking about it now. We've had formula committees that started in August of this year. They will be making a recommendation to the commissioner in January, actually 1st of February. We will talk over those recommendations with the commissioner. Then he will make his recommendations to this committee in March. Goes to the board in April, and we have to provide that to the legislature, the governor's office, by June 1. Then the summer, before the session, we have legislative hearings, and the whole process starts up. And that's actually kind of starts before the session. Next. Now I'm going to go over, next slide, go over some of the differences by sector. Go ahead. We'll start with the community colleges. Keep going. Okay, community colleges have one formula and one supplement. They have what they call an instruction administration. Covers both academic and technical programs. It covers the continuing ed programs. They get what we call a 10% bump for critical fields. Those are usually the high-tech fields, that sort of thing, where we have a critical need in the state for those programs. They get a bump. Their formula is based on 26 different disciplines. We do a cost study every year, so we look at how much it actually costs for an institution, or an average for the institutions to offer a specific program, and then that's how the rate is calculated. It's how much they need to provide a contact hour. So that's 1 hour of class time for a student. So it's a contact. One of the most important things to understand for the community colleges is none of their infrastructure is funded by the state. That is what the local tax dollars are supposed to be used for, is to fund the infrastructure. So no GR is used for infrastructure for any of the community colleges. They do fund instruction, operating expenses, academic support such as library, student support, and institutional support. Okay, next one, we can go over to the general academic institutions. They have 2 formulas and 2 supplements. The formulas, you have an instruction and operation, basically covers the same sort of things. We do a cost study for 21 different disciplines by level for the general academics. So it's by lower level, upper level, master's, doctoral, and special professionals. So we have 5 different levels. They have a teaching experience supplement, and that actually has to do with if you have a tenure track faculty member teaching a undergraduate course, you get a supplement. So you get a 10% bump on those semester credit hours. And then we have infrastructure, which those are all those capital projects that you heard about. That's the infrastructure. They get part of that is used for utilities, and part of that's for maintenance and operations. And we have a small institution supplement also, which deals with institutions who are under 10,000 enrollment. And so what we do is they get $1.5 million each biennium up to until they grow to the size of 5,000 enrollment. And then that starts tapering off. It proportionally tapers off until they get to 10,000 enrollment. And that's the small institution supplement for the general academic institutions. Formulas are, here's all the different things you would expect: research enhancement, institutional support. That's for the general academic institutions. What they do not cover, and you will hear this especially from UT and A&M, the big ones, auxiliary enterprises, intercollegiate athletics are not covered. No GR can be used for those sort of things. Student housing, parking facilities, food services, that sort of thing. Some of the fringe benefits, special items are covered through a special item funding, not through the formulas.
What would be a special item?
If there's a museum, McDonald Observatory for UT Austin is a special item. They get a line item appropriations for that. Debt service on tuition revenue bonds, that is covered. Those are not covered by the formula. Those go through a whole different process. Now for the health relateds, we're getting a little more complicated. We have 5 formulas for the health relateds. Instead of being based on, they are based on per full-time student equivalent. So for a medical doctor or resident, or not doctor, but a medical student, that is considered a full-time student. For their nursing programs, you combine all of their semester credit hours and you get a full-time student equivalent. They are each funded at the same thing. That's how their instruction and operations are funded. Infrastructure, they have the same space model or a similar space model to the universities, and they get funded on a per square foot basis, predicted square foot. They get,
Just clarify what you just said. If you have a part-time health science student, that's only counts the equivalent of what they have, right?
Right.
So if they're only going to school half-time, they're a half-time.
They're a half-time.
And that's regardless of what specialty they're training for,
right,
or what degree
what degree. If they're a medical student or dental student, they're counted as a head count as a full-time student because you don't have any part-time medical students.
Right. But if there's full-time nurses, they're counted as one. It's not a half.
Correct.
Or a different
Correct.
formula. Okay.
Research enhancement, the health relateds are funded on they get $1.4 million plus a certain percentage of their research expenditures. Mission specific, we have UT Tyler Health Science Center that has no students. So they have what we call mission specific. They are funded on respiratory cases, a number of respiratory cases. And they have a formula that works out with UTMB and UT Health Science Center. We also have MD Anderson, who has actually about up to 100 students. So they also get mission-specific funding based on the number of cancer patients and that sort of thing. So that's a little bit different. Then we have...
you got to go back to the Tyler thing.
Okay, UT Health Science Center Tyler has no students. They're a health science center. They do research there. They are actually in the process, I believe, of applying for a degree. Okay, they have residency programs, but they don't have any degree programs. And so they are funded through respiratory cases along at a certain rate, the average of UT Health Science Center and UTMB, or UT Southwestern and UTMB Galveston.
Okay.
And so that's the same way MD Anderson is funded. However, they also are based on cancer patients instead of respiratory. So that's kind of a little bit different for the health-related institutions. And then we have graduate medical education, and there is a fee per resident, and it's per U.S., Stacy ran away, per U.S. resident, or they have to be an ACGM accredited residency program in order to be funded through the graduate medical education. So that's just a real quick overview of all of the different formulas, and this is how they are currently being funded. You will hear a lot in the next presentation about outcomes, and the coordinating board has been trying to get to fund more on outcomes, and so you will see some of those recommendations coming forward in March.
This was really intended as a very quick introduction because we knew you were going to see new recommendations in the spring, and so we wanted to make sure you had a little bit of a kickstart to know what some of the basic elements are. So this could be much more thorough, and of course you're always welcome to call and ask questions as you have them between now and future meetings. But we wanted to make sure you at least were aware of the basic framework and how the formulas differed by the institution type and how they were similar.
We probably should have done this earlier in the day.
It's very quickly, and can we have a soft copy of this? Sure.
Who's lead staff on developing this? Susan Brown.
Yeah.
I got one quick question. I know it's kind of late, Susan, but just tell me, without taking a lot of time, about PUF. Is that the beneficiary for PUF is just UT and A&M main campuses, or the entire system?
It's the system, UT A&M, UT Austin and Texas A&M get the bulk of it. Prairie View gets some. The system actually has the authority to allow some of their other institutions access to it.
Are these funds tapped in addition to what formula funding will give it to them?
Yes, they are over and above. They are constitutional funds that they get.
So otherwise they get same proportion per student as everybody else gets.
Correct.
And this is kind of a bonus.
Correct.
Exactly.
And
I don't think that's fair. What can we do?
Oh, okay.
Well, other institutions also get the HEAF funds.
Yeah, there are
those. Supposed to be in the beginning, a comparative amount, or not an amount, but
it's not comparative amount. It's just
comparative program.
A different amount.
Yeah.
When you send this out, do you mind? I know that from sitting on the fee committee at UNT, the amount of dollars based on the equivalent per student, like I know medical students are count as 1.2 full-time equivalent students that get X amount of dollars.
There are rates by discipline for the health-related institutions.
Do you mind sending that out, that information with the dollar amount as well?
We'll be glad to.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Also bear in mind that this is a distribution system, and so one wild card that's out there is how much the legislature decides to allocate that will then be distributed by the system.
It obviously went down quite a bit this time.
You had an institution said, no, that's too much for me?
I've never had that. I've never even heard anybody whisper that one.
Very good. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Nobody's going to second that one. Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed can stay here as long as they want to. Thank you very much.